A lot of lights. Can we all sit down, please, so we can start? Just give it a minute. Yeah? Okay, so we'll just start now. Okay. We make cities, but cities also make us. They see us grow, learn, and create memories. Cities have the power to inspire and connect us so that we can share, hope, and imagine transforming our society for a better tomorrow. Welcome to the session of Inspiring a Revolution in Urban Innovation here in Bilbao, where imagination meets reality and cities become the canvas for the future we dare to dream of together. So to set the tone for today's discussion, I'd like to read a quote by Herbert Reed, English philosopher. "Every great city is like a great speech. It has to be composed, it has to be heard, it has to be appreciated, and it has to be understood." So let's begin this event with the institutional opening on behalf of Bilbao Metropolis 30. They have been the creative engine and the driving force behind this revolution. And on behalf of Bilbao Metropolis 30, please welcome here on stage the General Director of Bilbao Metrópoli, Idoia Postigo. Please come up. The stage is all yours.
Jaun Andreok, ongi etorri. Good morning and welcome to Bilbao, welcome to Biscay, welcome to the Basque Country, welcome to the place where this urban revolution begins. First of all, thank you for attending here in Bilbao or following us online in this new edition of the international seminar, Metropolis of the Future, that Bilbao Metropolis 30 organizes every year. Bilbao Metropolis 30, as you know, is a public-private partnership, non-profit, with more than 140 members, including public institutions, private companies, and social organizations of Metropolitan Bilbao. And our main aim is to foster a long-term shared vision for Metropolitan Bilbao and to align the efforts of our public and private members into transformative projects for our metropolis. On this occasion, the objective of this seminar is very special because we want to present the Urban Revolution Aurrera movement. Aurrera is a Basque word, a word in Euskera, in our Basque language, that means forward. It implies an unwavering will to move forward and to create an unstoppable momentum. So the objective of the Urban Revolution Aurrera community is to create a community of practitioners, thinkers, urban authorities, companies, entities, and international networks, united in a shared quest for urban innovation, inspiring cities and metropolises to do things in a different way. And taking this as a basis, and in order to foster a global strategic reflection process, we want to present today the Urban Revolution Aurrera Manifesto Proposal, with the contributions of the 10 international speakers that took part in the Congress that under the same title was held in this same place last October, and that they are also the jury members of the Bay Awards. Inspired by the words of Muhammad Yunus, Nobel Peace Prize in 2006, this manifesto proposal is structured in 3 main axes covering the ecological, economic, and social dimension of our cities. Yunus spoke of a world zero carbon, zero poverty, and zero exclusion. And these are the bases that our experts have considered as essential objectives of this proposal. These 3 dimensions constitute the what of this Urban Revolution Aurrera community, and we have added a 4th one devoted to a strategy, which is the how are we going to get there. With this basis as a proposal, we have invited entities and international networks to join this project, and as you can see today, the answer has been, frankly, much more than positive. And as a proof of their commitment, here we have in Bilbao representatives of public institutions, private companies, and social organizations belonging to Bilbao Metropolis 30, but also international representatives of those networks that will be sharing the debate sessions today and that have also shared their messages of support to this project and that also are following this event online. So on behalf of Bilbao Metropolis 30, I sincerely want to thank you for promoting this inspiring project together, which is our modest contribution to this shared endeavor. Urban Revolution Aurrera, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Idoia, for this inspiring opening. Now moving on to the next part of our official presentation, representing the Bilbao City Council and their long-term vision as partners of Urban Revolution Aurrera, please welcome the Councillor of Urban Planning, Strategic Projects and Public Spaces at Bilbao City Council, Asier Baunza. Por favor. The stage is all yours.
Egun on guztioi eta ongi etorriak. Good morning, everyone, and be most welcome to Bilbao. Welcome and thank you very much to Bilbao Metropolis 30 for this work that they are developing with this session that now we are holding to listen to those reflections, to those ideas that have been worked during the last sessions, and also during this morning also we have the possibility of probably discuss during the coffee break afterwards some of the ideas that here have been exposed. I used to say to those delegations that they are coming to Bilbao to visit us, to know a little bit about our city, that I have met quite a lot of people from all around the world, and people usually is afraid of the change. People really don't want to change. Even when things are going bad and when the future is uncertain, people just prefer to remain as they are, just in case, because you are proposing something new, something different, and people just prefer to remain and not to change. Usually changes come when there is no other option, when we are in a turning point situation, and usually crises are these opportunities for the change. Bilbao is a very good example of this. We changed urbanistically I think quite well at that moment, from being that grey, polluted, stinky city of the 70s, 80s to the actual city, because the industrial crisis that we were supporting those years. And now we are facing new crises. We started this century with the financial crisis of Lehman Brothers. We went on with the COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, in Gaza, and so on. Probably expect not, but many other crises will come the years to face. Cities and metropolis must adapt to this changing situation. We must be resilient. And we must take this as a good opportunity to get these cities an opportunity, a space for new activities, for new jobs, to achieve that objective of being vibrant, culturally vibrant cities, attractive for investments, able to attract and to retain talent, attractive for young people to have their life projects in our cities, in our metropolis, cities with less social inequalities, cities that they are more sustainable, that they are environmentally friendly, that they are also friendly with young children and old people. Cities, at the end, that they are better places to live and better places for creating new things, social projects, cultural projects, economical projects. But to achieve these objectives, we must think in the long term. We must think in the long term with an holistic vision, and we must plan all this transformation in that long term. And I think that this long-term thinking that Bilbao Metropolis 30 is trying to push actually is not very popular. It's not fashionable to talk about long-term planning in a time when people expect immediate results, when people expect easy solutions to complex problems, easy and short messages. In this Twitter time, or X time, I don't know how to call it now actually, it's not fashionable, as I have said, to talk about long-term planning, to talk about projects that will have the result in 5-10 years' time, to talk about difficult solutions to complex problems. It's not fashionable. It's quite unpopular also to talk about personal effort, to talk about social commitment to achieve these objectives. And so I think that even it's not popular, we must talk about this, we must think about this, and we must plan the future over these foundations. I really think that we must swim against the waves, against the tide, to get to the open sea. And I think that this manifesto and this path that Bilbao Metropolis 30 is opening, it's another step in this way to transform our cities, to transform our metropolis, even though probably it will be a hard way and a little bit unpopular. I think that we must do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Asier, for this. And now, on behalf of Biscay Regional Government, I would like to welcome here on stage the Deputy of Economic Promotion, Ainara Basurco. Please, a round of applause.
Idoia, Asier, eta hemen zaudeten guztioi, eta baita ere streaming bidez entzuten ari zareten hoi, egun on eta ongi etorriak izan zaiteztela Bizkaira. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas, buenos días a todos y a todas. Welcome to Bizkai. Lehenik eta behin eskerrak eman nahi dizkiot Bilbao Metropoli 30 Urban Revolution Aurrera topagune hau antolatzeagatik. Metropoliei begirako berrikuntza foro bat, non geldialdi bat egiten dugun argiluzeak pizteko. Geldialdi bat etorkizuneko erronka handiei buruz pentsatzeko. Megajoerek edo megatendentziek metropolietan izango duten inpaktua baloratzeko. Eta batez ere gizarte ongizatean ze eragin positibo izan dezaketen identifikatzeko eta horretara bideratzeko indarrak. Firstly, I would like to thank Bilbao Metropolis 30 for organizing this Urban Revolution Aurrera event, which provides an innovative forum in metropolitan environments in which we take a moment to pause and look that bit further. This pause allows us to think about the significant future challenges, how the urban megatrends will impact us, and how we can take advantage of the opportunities for consequent growth and well-being. I find it stimulating to see challenges as opportunities. I'm sure that the experts who are with us today will help us in this regard, with inspiring speeches, disruptive ideas, and creative experiences. It is the perfect time to rethink the future, discover trends, think about how to proactively anticipate them and articulate long-term structural responses. Despite their differences, regions, territories, and cities around the world face the same global challenges. We all want to achieve both quantitative and qualitative economic growth, not only more, but also better, to attract and generate talent, to manage the energy transition. We all want to be more sustainable, to prepare for a society in which we will longer and enjoy a better quality of life, to ensure social and territorial cohesion, to reap the benefits of digitalization. However, although these challenges are similar, the strategies that each territory develops to position itself to face these changes cannot be the same. Each territory needs to define strategies to face these global challenges, ensuring that they are adapted to its specific reality and needs. We must be able to define the future from the local to the global, from the global to the local. This is why this forum brings together leading local and international experts to exchange knowledge and experience. They are specialists in urban planning, social sciences, creativity, policymakers, representatives of public administrations, associations, architects, and economists. All these people enrich the debate, open up new perspectives, and help define the future of territories to make them more sustainable, prosperous, and human. I am convinced that if we know how to take advantage of the changes that are on the horizon, opportunities and quality of life will improve. Advances in technology and the ecological transition will provide clean energy and both new and better job opportunities, driving new technological industrial activities. The silver economy will make it possible to respond to the needs and demands of today's society with a more significant older population, while at the same time stimulating new economic activity in many places. To name just a few examples. This is a territory in which economic activity, innovation, and culture converge. It is witness to be global challenges that must be addressed to ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for all. Today, these challenges will be analyzed from 4 different perspectives: economic, strategic, environmental, and social, because the future depends on the ability to meet these challenges with innovation, determination, and a long-term strategic vision. That is why I believe that public-private cooperation is essential, involving institutions, the private sector, and civil society. The transformation undergone not only by the Bilbao metropolitan area, but also by Bizkaia as a whole, could perhaps serve as an inspiring example for other places. Nioen bezala, guzti honetan uste dut lankidetza publiko-pribatua funtsezko elementua dela. Erakunde, sektore pribatu eta gizarte zibilaren arteko lankidetza. Eta zentzu honetan, uste dut, Bilbok eta Bizkaiak oroar, bizi izandako eraldaketa esparru ezberdinetan lankidetza publiko-pribatuan oinarrituz beste leku batzuetarako ere inspirazio iturri izan daitekela. In addition to the speakers, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all those who are here to take part in this Congress, and to those who are following it from elsewhere thanks to technology and international broadcasting. Welcome to Bizkaia, which I have said is now a recognized, attractive, and innovative area, thanks to both profound and continuous changes. Bizkaia is home to major companies, an advanced entrepreneurial ecosystem with global connections, 3 prestigious universities and first-class vocational training, as well as important technology and research centers. All of this is part of a model of competitiveness aimed at ensuring the well-being of the people. Our most important asset is our people. We are a bold, open territory that takes on challenges and builds its own future. Esaten nuen bezala, gure aktibo nagusia pertsonak dira. Lurralde irekia gara, lurralde ausarta, erronkak bezarkatzen dituena, eta bere etorkizuna eraikitzeko lan egiten duena. Esan bezala berriro, ongi etorriak izan zaiteztela guztiok Bizkaira. I hope that this Congress will be fruitful and allow us to move forward. Welcome to Bizkaia, everyone.
Thank you for this compelling statement, Ainara, which brings us neatly to the next part of our discussion. Today we gather here not as just spectators, but as architects of the urban landscapes that will shape the lives of generations to come. So as an introduction to the conversations of the strategic aspects to be discussed throughout this morning, and to present key outlines of the Urban Revolution Manifesto Proposal, please welcome back Idoia Postigo, one more time. And with her, we have 2 very special guests, and they asked me not to read out the whole story about them, but we will do that. So the first special guest is the expert and the authority on the use of imagination and creativity and urban change, who helps cities identify and make the most of their potential through inventiveness and forward thinking. Always an incredible inspiration. Please come up. I don't see him. Oh, is he there? Charles Landry. Oh, you're there. He asked me to keep it short, but I said no way. And the second guest, the urbanist, global advisor, scholar and writer, expert in cities, urban investment, and the sustainable urban transition. With a career of 35 years, he has advised more than 300 cities and 40 national governments. Please welcome Greg Clark. Oh, you're already here.
Oh, he's here already. Hi, Greg. Right.
So I think we're going to begin with a conversation, and Idoia, I think I'm going to ask you the first question, which is, I think, to ask you, why are we and you and Bilbao Metrópoli 30 promoting this Urban Revolution project, and why are we calling it an urban revolution?
Okay, I think that the answer is because we have to address in a radical and disruptive way the imperative needs of our cities and metropolises, right? Our global population is already exceeding 8 billion. The pace of urbanization is growing, so it is crucial for our cities and metropolises to become sustainable, prosperous, equitable, inclusive, safe. We are living at a time that I think has put into question some of the paradigms on which we've based our competitiveness and our prosperity in recent decades. And I think that with the COVID pandemic and the barbarity of war that continues to devastate peoples and countries across the world, these challenges have become more acute and have magnified. So our global systems and structures have failed to make poverty disappear, to make education and health be accessible for all, to safeguard the planet, to make the world a safe, fair, and inclusive place, right? So these challenges are not impossible, but we think we cannot wait any longer. We really need to push for radical and consensual actions to truly push for a completely different status quo. And this is the message that we've been sharing over the last weeks and months with all these international representatives and some others that are here today. And I've perceived a global consensus on the fact that we all share and know the theory, but we need to put it into practice. We need to walk the talk, right? So I feel a global consensus on the fact that changes are perhaps not happening at the speed or with the intensity that we need. So it's time to foster a revolution. But we are using this provocative revolution term not because we are fostering an insurrection, it's not that so. I mean, revolution has different meanings, and we are calling for a deep change. Like the urgency to act, we want cities to share solutions and projects, and we want to highlight and celebrate good practices and projects that are already happening and that prove that this urban revolution is possible. So finally, the message is that we need to act. Cities and metropolises are responsible and protagonists of the change, so let's work together.
Okay, I'm going to flip a question to you, Greg, then. Okay, where do you see the sort of spirit of this urban revolution that Idoia is talking about? Have you seen it in projects around the world when you've been looking at things?
Well, certainly yes, Charles, and let me put this in a bit of a context. So the way I look at the world we're in, we're undergoing a massive experiment that has a big risk associated with it. And the experiment, you could say, began in 1980 when the global north and the global south suddenly synchronized a pro-urbanization cycle. 1980 to 2080, a 100-year period, what I think of as a century of cities. We go from 2.3 billion people living in cities to 9.3 billion people living in cities, a multiplication of 4. We double more or less the percentage of humanity living in cities. We multiply by 6 the number of cities over 1 million, from 275 to 1,600. So this mass urbanization, this urbanizing species that's building a planet of cities, this has enormous risks. And the fundamental risk is that we get bad urbanization rather than good urbanization. We know a lot about what good urbanization is. It's well planned, it thinks in the long term, it's integrated, it protects the carrying capacity of the city and the planet, and it anticipates growth and change rather than being victims of growth and change. And when you put this century of the city, this risk of bad urbanization, this opportunity for good urbanization, in the context of the climate emergency, inequality, and everything else, you come to a point where actually we are living today in possibly the most important decades that the human species has ever faced. And the models that we've inherited of urban governance and management, city councils, mayors, ministries with sector responsibilities, public governance, all of that is well intended, but it's insufficient for the task that we face. It's clearly insufficient. And one way of being aware of that is if you look around the world at the various urban agendas, Habitats 1, 2, and 3, the World Urban Forum, the New Urban Agenda, all of this seems to presuppose that all we have to do is to get public policy, regulation, and public governance right, and then everything will be okay. And I'm afraid that despite all of these agreements about prioritizing the urban space where humankind is increasingly concentrated, actually this incremental approach doesn't work. So, for example, we have lots of governments signing up to a new urban agenda, but very few of them actually decentralizing power to cities. So the consequence of this, and this is now to properly answer your question, 4% of the world's population lives in North America, 6% lives in Europe, 90% lives somewhere else. And in Latin America, in Africa, in India, in China, in Southeast Asia, what we see is people being very frustrated with this assumption that public governance on its own is going to work. Public governance is important, but it needs to embrace a completely different model of urbanization, which is one that puts innovation at the heart of change, not policy at the heart of change. And so what we begin to see, I think, firstly in Latin America, we're seeing now a lot of innovation in metropolitan spaces, trying to grow a new way of giving the city back to the people. In Africa, we're seeing a massive technology jump occurring, people thinking about governance in the sense of communities connected by digital systems. In China, of course, we have this mass urbanization approach going on that is taking a lot of people out of poverty, but is not producing the quality of life that people really need. And in India, we see a desire to kind of bypass public governance and to get more into cities that are led by business. So to summarize it very quickly, Charles, what I think we see around the world is a big mandate for new ideas, new models, experiments, laboratories, new ways of doing things, not to overthrow public governance, but to complement public governance with something that's much more creative, which of course is something you know a lot about. And we also see, I think, around the world now, 3 new tools emerging, and I would say very simply, it's the exponential technologies that are now with us, not least the power of AI, but also the power of digital twins, the power of all of these new digital platforms to create a kind of integrated system in a fragmented governance. We see the power of intentional capital, the big corporates, the pension funds, the insurance companies, beginning to see that they have a completely different social responsibility and they have to live within a social contract. And then we see the emergence of what people in this room know about very well, which is a new kind of place leadership. Leadership that starts not with the idea that we represent an institution, a company, a sector, or a department, but that the client is the planet, and the client, if you like, is the place. So we begin with a reorientation of public institutions around the imperative of place, not around the imperative of institutions or departments or individual policies. So I think those 3 things are creating a new wave, and we need it very badly, because if we get bad urbanization in this century of the cities that we're now in, we're doomed.
Yeah, no, 2 things just strike me from what you said. I like the fact that you were saying to be a protagonist of the changes that you want to shape rather than being the victim of circumstances that shape you. I think that's very important. And I also think the fact that you were just mentioning the thing about place being place specific, you can already see that in the language. People talk more about place making than urban development now. I mean, there's a whole different way of talking about shaping and making and co-creating places.
Yeah, I thank you very much for this global perspective, Greg. And now perhaps it's my turn to ask you, Charles, what do you think is distinctive? We've seen the global picture, but what do you think could be distinctive from our project, the one that BM30 is fostering, if it's different in a way to other initiatives around the world that you know?
Well, I think the starting point is the way the whole conversation about this has developed is really, I think, a deep understanding here about hopes and fears. What are the hopes and fears people have? You know, there are a lot of younger people with climate anxiety and all of that, understanding all of these movements that are emerging. I think the other thing that is what it does is it's much sharper about focusing on this idea that business as usual will not get us to where we want to be, that's sort of embedded in it, and an understanding that the economic order and way of life we have is materially expansive, socially divisive, and environmentally hostile. So it understands all of that and it's embedded. But what I think interesting about it, there's a certain sort of humility about the project. I hope you feel it's a humble project and not an arrogant project. And what I mean by that humility, I think it's good that it's come from within the Basque Country in Bilbao, because, you know, if it had happened somewhere else, like New York or something like that, it would feel completely different. And what I think the whole spirit of how it's been thought through is about generosity, giving back. Clearly, you know, it's anchored here, it's been developed here, but it's for the world. So you're saying, let's be the best cities, not in the world, not me, but us, it's more that. So there's something about that, and okay, I'll just use the word humble. The other thing that I think is good about it and interesting about it is when you take a helicopter view, like you just took a helicopter view, Greg, of things, that many of the solutions are there. Often it isn't about that. And I think the determination that you have, obviously you have a high point, having awards and so on, but it's also this notion that we'll build a repository of how did people do this? What did they do? I'll look at this very simple website and I can immediately be inspired by XYZ did it this way or that way, and just feels that you're reducing the learning curve. And finally, I think what it does understand is that the transition that we're facing is actually the biggest cultural project of our times, because it's about values, mindsets, behaviors, skills, talents, and all of that. And within that, in our sections, our 4 sections, we don't mention culture, but we really think, of course, it is a cultural project. We then ask, of course, and what do specific forms of culture may contribute to that bigger transformation. So those are the sort of things, as my thing flies away, thank you very much, that I think is interesting for me in this whole initiative. So that's what I think.
Okay, thank you so much, Charles. I love the generosity feeling that you've received from the project. And it's true that I was commenting this morning with Xavi, I don't know where he is, about how many projects will be awarded in the Bay Awards. And I was sharing with him that we are not just fostering for one big project. We want to highlight at least 3 finalists of each category, but we want to create a repository of all those good practices that perhaps are not winners, but well deserved to be shown.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, can I ask you a question then?
of course, that's why we are here.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question then. Well, obviously I like what you say. You can imagine I love it, and it sounds very interesting, and it rings a bell. But you know, there are lots of other projects, and you mentioned, I don't know, global agreements and all of this sort of stuff going on. Are you being, is BM30 being too bold to sort of feel we can be there, we can make a difference, we can make a change? Do you think that, or what do you think about all that?
Well, I think it's a good question for someone from Bilbao, like me, that we are known to dream big, you know, or to walk the extra mile, to put it kindly, right? So, well, we know we are not the first, of course, in understand the urgency to act, nor are we the only. look at this room today, we have representatives and support messages from USG, Eurocities, the Global Parliament of Mayors, Metrex, EMA, Impact the Future, Urban Future, World City, CLC from Singapore. But there are so many other ambitious programs like the UN agencies like UN Habitat. We have multilateral initiatives like the World Bank, regional banks, the OCDE, IPCC, the World Economic Forum. We have lots of initiatives around the new urban agenda that are growing, like the 100 Resilient Cities, the OECD Champions Mayor Group, C40, World City Summit. COP21 and 26 in Paris and Glasgow highlighted the protagonism of cities facing climate change, and there are lots and lots of examples of ambitious projects and programs across the world. So we are humble. We are humble. Our intention is just to build and visualize and support what already exists, which is so positive. Secondly, we want to drive, in a way, the appetite, the commitment, and I would dare to say even the little bit frustrations sometimes that change makers could feel when dealing with these big challenges. And finally, we want to highlight and celebrate good projects across the world that prove that this change is possible. What can BM30 offer to this big and shared endeavor? Well, I think we can share our model, just what worked well for us in the past, because we have had to face several crises across our history. Perhaps the last one was 30 years ago when our industrial base collapsed, and we had to reinvent again ourselves. And that made or provoked a huge transformation, which was physical, but that we believe was not distinctive just for this physical transformation, but because it was based on the past identity. And that is why our leitmotif is Auzolan, is a buzzword that means collective action. And that unleashed the public-private cooperation that provoke the power of community to become a real vehicle of change with one single certainty, that we cannot do it alone. Second, because this transformation was based on a system of values that placed equality as a radical commitment and as an axis of our imaginary. And third, because in a context of crisis, of emergency, we felt we were capable of changing this situation. So it was, we were capable of doing things that perhaps were far beyond our conscious capacities. And it is our narrative that the change was possible that made the transformation real. So this is our humble contribution from Bilbao, Biscay, and Basque Country to the world.
Can I add a tiny thing, which was an undertone of what you're saying, is you said earlier, building this community of all those entities we're talking, so that people, when they do come together, perhaps in Bilbao or other places where we share this, that we're more relaxed, more informal, we might become friends, we're being honest, we're not pretending and so on. We're just coming across to each other as human beings. I mean, that's just a dimension that I heard and feel is important.
Can I add something, Charles? Because I'm currently spending a lot of time working with the cities of the Amazon. Sounds like a funny thing. 47 million people live in the Amazon rainforest, and they're distributed in 24 medium and large cities and about 100 smaller towns. And there's something that Bilbao, Biscaya, and País Vasco brings that is very important in this global world, which is this kind of distinctive and resilient indigeneity, right? The fact that this is a Basque city and that this is part of the modern world of Europe within the OECD framework of the global north, but has retained this incredibly distinctive set of values and identities that you just spoke about, Idoia, is not just, as it were, its own innovation model, which it is, collective action, inventiveness, resilience, persistence, this idea of never giving up, of always being true to yourself. This is not just something that is rich in innovation. It's also very rich in symbolic meaning, I think, for every other part of the world that's now going through that rapid urbanization cycle that I described a few minutes ago. So if you're Manaus or Belém, the great cities of the Amazon, or if you are Ahmedabad in Gujarat in India, or if you are, one of the fast-growing cities in Western China, this model of indigeneity coupled with modernity, coupled with reinventive capacity, is actually a very big message for the rest of the world. And I think this is why Bilbao and Biscay and País Vasco should be doing this, and why it's absolutely the right place for it to come from.
Agreed.
So I think it's a good point now to perhaps talk a little bit about the manifesto proposal and the different chapters.
Okay.
Good. So I think I'm going to kick off, aren't I? And so we're going to talk about the manifesto in its 4 chapters, the social, the economic, the environmental, and we're also going to talk a little bit about strategy. And I really want to come to you first, Charles, and ask you, so what does the manifesto say about the social domain, and why is this important?
Well, one of the main things it really sort of says is stay human, be human, have human sovereignty in a world of AI and all of that. So that's one big thing. Obviously, it talks about being inclusive and all of those things that one would expect. But one of the main reasons it talks about it so strongly is because a place, and Inara said it earlier, is the people and all of that, but it's the collective imagination, motivation, will, talent, all of those collective things that one has when you take an overview of a group of hundreds of thousands of people, that if you don't harness that, you're being rather stupid. And to not harness and to be stupid as a place or a city is not a very good idea. And what becomes clear is once you do that, I've seen, and we've seen in many places, when that happens, you suddenly find this flourishing, which has many other effects, which obviously ultimately spill over into economic effects. But that empowerment and that process of giving agency to people, to give them the sense, this is what this manifesto bit says, to give them the sense, I keep on dropping my piece of paper, thank you very much, allows people to feel they can become makers, shapers, co-creators of the evolving place. And if you don't do that, you then get all these problems where people, let's say the urgencies that Idoia is talking about, they're not interested in them because they haven't in fact even been involved in the decisions that ultimately affect them. And then you get all those negative reactions. And, so we're back to conversation. We're having a conversation here. Actually, the social is the conversation that the city has with itself, and obviously bringing decision makers closer to these people in a way, and feeling that therefore, if I have ambition, I will have opportunity, and all the cliches, I can therefore make a better place. It's that, and you could call that inclusive, but that's what I believe we're saying in the manifesto.
So what I hear you saying, Charles, is actually 2 distinctive but complementary things. On the one hand, the manifesto is about a better set of social outcomes. On the other hand, it's about the social as the platform, the network, the fabric through which change is achieved. And in particular, you're talking about an agenda of hope, an agenda of agency, and an agenda of collaboration somehow.
That's broadly correct, exactly. That is what I think is key. I mean, I think I'm now supposed to ask Idoia a question. And indeed
No,
I
think
will.
it's your turn to ask me a question.
I know, and I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, tell me about that second pillar of our manifesto, ecology.
Ecology, yeah. Well, anyway, the three or the four axes of the manifesto are interconnected, right? So ecology is linked to the global systems in which we live, which are unsustainable in the sense that we cannot deal the planet as a mere resource or a low-cost product. We cannot keep on building systems that are based on consumption and production. That means we have to redefine what prosperity is, what competitiveness is, what for, who for, and how are we going to get it. And in this main framework, cities concentrate activities, but they also rely on the resources of the whole planet to survive. So cities are huge combinations of resources and materials, accounting for 75% of the global resources and 50% of the global waste. So it is not an exaggeration to say that the planetary sustainability relies mainly in cities. So they have to take the lead in this transition because they have the population, the resources, the knowledge, the technology, all the necessary to face this transition towards a different and sustainable world, right? So the manifesto proposal is based mainly on the green urbanism paradigm proposed by Stefan Lehmann, a German-born architect. Our experts consider that the principles that Lehmann expressed summarize in one way what the manifesto should contain, right? So they are talking about optimizing water, building sustainable districts, circularity, districts that are compact and polycentric, local production change, and many other things. But if I had to highlight one element, I would say that the most emblematic could be the cities in nature concept, because it means that we also have to overcome this paradigm of having nature as a non-existence or testimonial part of our cities. So the huge challenge that we have in ecological terms in our cities is to foster long-term interventions, recovering rivers, coastlands, forests, waterfronts, wetlands, everything, plus carrying out a myriad of minor interventions that ensure that nature is part of our cities. And also it implies, in my opinion, a new relationship between people, cities, and nature, giving nature the role of being an actor and a stakeholder of the urban planning. So these could be the main lines that ecology is collecting in the manifesto proposal. And I think it's now your turn, Greg, to share with us the economy lines of the proposal.
Yes, so in the manifesto there is a section about the economy, and I suppose it begins really with two big ideas. Firstly, Al Gore, the economy is a wholly owned subsidiary of the environment, right? That's the first key concept. Without the environment, there is no economy. One is owned by the other, not the other way around. And the second idea is really from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, which is that the economy is subject to the social contract. And that social contract is that set of agreements that happen between citizens and governments or leaders where consent is negotiated for leadership on the basis that a certain set of social rules will be protected. Actually, this is a key part of the history of País Vasco, so we know all about the social contract. So this idea of the environment owns the economy, the economy is subject to the social contract, then gives rise, I think, to a big conversation about what do we mean by economic value. And the manifesto challenges the idea of GDP per capita as the key determinant of what is economic value, and it starts to explore other notions of value. Value that is more collectively owned, value that is more social in its orientation, value that has a longer term perspective than the, quarter year results, value that has, let's say, a richer set of co-benefits associated with it, which is therefore value that's worth pursuing for everyone, rather than value that is only worth pursuing for the small number of shareholders, directors, or owners who might be in a corporate. So that's the kind of framing ideas. And then we talk quite a bit about local economies and about alternative kinds of economies. And we begin to get into what I would suggest is two big paradigm shifts that we're seeing right now. So paradigm shift number one is that corporate economies are changing in the sense that corporates begin to understand that they are a subsidiary of the environment, they are subject to the social contract, there is a license to operate that can be renewed, revised, or revoked, depending upon how those corporates behave. And of course, we can see very clearly various parts of the corporate economy, from armaments to social media to medicines to food to sugar to alcohol to gambling, where we know the license to operate is subject to a very severe social test coming up. And I think corporates are more aware of that. And at the same time, activist shareholders, particularly broad groups of citizens, whether it's pension funds or insurance companies, the top of the food chain of capital, are beginning to see that they have to behave in a way that's responsive and responsible to citizens. So we're beginning to see that big change in corporates, and it's how we shape that and encourage that at the local level that matters. And then, of course, at the more localized level, we begin to see, I think, four types of new economy emerging that we talk a little bit about. So the innovation economy that I think we all understand, based on the building and curation of ecosystems, the mounting of experiments and invention processes, and then the scaling up of those inventions into mature tradable activities. The second one, obviously, the circular economy, the move away from the sort of use and dispose economy into something that's more circular, where we're constantly repairing, reusing, and replenishing the resources. The third one, of course, is the sharing economy, the thing that the digital systems have made possible, whereby instead of owning everything, we can utilize things that are owned collectively using sharing economy models. And then the fourth one, of course, is the experience economy, that economy that emerges from the unique interactions that we have face-to-face and face-to-place. So it brings us all the way back to place and place leadership, and the idea that there are all these new ways of creating value at the local level, and all of them involve new forms of creativity, inventiveness, new ways of investing, crowdsourcing, collective investment. So if you like, what we're trying to do in the economy section of the manifesto is to talk about this agenda and to identify where there are interesting practices happening that could be scaled up. It's probably worth saying, Idoia, just to finish, that the whole model of thought behind the manifesto is a thought process that says actually the model of change that is kind of top-down, that comes from policy, regulation, taxation, public governance, is a different model of change from this one, which is largely bottom-up. It's about seeding new inventions. It's about scaling them through network effects and multiplier effects. And in a sense, that's the model we're taking to thinking about the future urban economy.
Thank you, Greg. I think we have just like 2-3 minutes maximum to talk about the strategy, and
I'll say my sentence in 30 seconds then.
okay, let's go.
Shall I do that? Just
Yeah, of
jump
course.
straight ahead of you.
Yeah, it's great.
No, I've been thinking, I mean, obviously, it's all about walking the talk and stuff like that. And I've been thinking for quite a long time about what creates this transformative effect that we've just been talking about. And I think the key word for me is orchestration, because we know many of the triggers urgency. Can we feel it? It's so nice in Bilbao. Perhaps we don't feel the urgency, whereas you did 30 years ago with the floods or something, you could physically see it. So urgency, crisis. We didn't use the crisis enough of the pandemic. You know, it was the biggest experiment in climate emissions reduction. So looking at these triggers, crisis, concepts, you just mentioned a whole series of concepts which change the way you think. Then there's obviously the notion of ethics. You mentioned values, we've mentioned values. So really meaning what you say when you say you have an ethical framework, which links then immediately to priorities. And from that, the missions can emerge. We're going to do it this way here in Bilbao and hopefully in the rest of the world. So, I mean, there's more to say on that, but I'll just leave it at that. But over to you.
You want to go, Greg? Or it's,
Over to you.
Well, I'll just add one sentence of mine then, which is to say I think that part of what we do in the strategy section is to focus on the idea of leadership of place. So let's go back to what I was saying right at the beginning. The problem is that everybody in this room has a great job, but none of them are only in charge of the leadership of place. So it's a bit like we all have to add a second job into our CV, that we are place leaders, which means we have a duty to cooperate with other place leaders. We have a desire to work together on multiple time frames, thinking about today, thinking about tomorrow, thinking about next year, thinking about the next decades, and indeed the next century. So we have to think in those ways, and we have to think at different spatial scales. We have to think neighborhood, we have to think municipality, we have to think metropolis, we have to think region, we have to think continent, but we have to think planet. And I think that when we talk about place leadership and we develop strategy, we're thinking in these multiple paradigms, and we're trying to do things that add up to something that's more than if you were just doing those things in a kind of individualized way. I think that's the key idea. What do you think, Idoia?
Yeah, well, just to add a couple of elements that I would like to highlight on this strategy section, and in fact that are linked to the work of Bilbao Metropolis 30. I would like to mention the need of a shared vision, because the vision is, I mean, nothing happens until we have a vision, in fact. The vision is like a purpose, a specific destiny, a genuine commitment, and I would say that is one of the most powerful human forces, right? And it's the only element capable of uniting the individual and collective efforts towards the same direction. And using Charles's words about the city is not a series of projects, the city is the project, right? So we need a shared vision, which is not imposed, it has to be co-created, and that's the leadership that you mentioned. And I remember Gabriela in the October Congress saying that our communities are our superpower. Second, being good ancestors, long-term vision. We have to think about what type of cities and metropolises we want to leave to the generations to come, to incorporate in the decision-making process the feeling that I take this decision if someone that is going to live in 100, 150 years now would be here today. So we have to be cathedral thinkers. And I know this is difficult because I think humans are prepared for the urgent, for the immediate, for the short term. Asier was mentioning that we were against the waves in this long-term vision, but I think it's necessary. And also just to finish, my last point would be that we need to overcome also the perspective that our cities and metropolises are just the physical. We have buildings, we have roads, but this is the urbs, the civitas, the behavior, the attitude of the people that really make the identity, the DNA of a city already exist. So we need to build cities and metropolises in a multidisciplinary way, including other disciplines, other perspectives, and not in silos, right? So I think we can just leave this session here. Perhaps, if you allow me to, I would like to share a quote by Antonio Guterres, the General Secretary of the United Nations. that in his speech to the General Assembly in 2022, he said, "We need many things, but we need hope and we need action." So I think this is a good summary of what Urban Revolution Aurrera intends. It's been a pleasure, and thank you very much for your conversation and inspiring ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay, thank
Idoia.
you.
Yeah.
Now, before we move to the next session, I would like to welcome on the stage Chris Fair, representative of World City, because we have, as a preview, a good news to share with all of you today, and is the fact that the Bay Summit, the Bay Award Summit, and the Global Forum, for Urban Innovation that World City organizes every year is going to take place together from Bilbao to the world next 9th, 10th of October. And Chris Fair is here today. Chris, please welcome to the stage. Thank you for joining this adventure. And the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So we're all dreamers. We all sit here together today with a vision for an alternative future, a world that works differently than the world that we live in and the way our cities work today. At the same time, we're also all realists. We see the challenges, the crises, the obstacles that our communities, cities, and countries face. And the fact that we are dreamers and also realists is what makes us revolutionaries. And we're excited today, our team at Resonance and World City, to be joining with you in this urban revolution. For more than a decade, our team at Resonance has been creating transformative strategies, helping cities, countries, communities attract talent, visitors, and investment. As part of our ongoing work and our practice, we continuously conduct research, trying to understand what are the key factors that attract talent or visitors or residents to choose one city or one place to live, work, or invest over another. And we publish an annual World's Best Cities report to share our insights about what makes cities and communities more livable, more lovable, and more prosperous. At the onset of the pandemic in 2020, much of that work was put on pause. During that unusual and somewhat terrifying moment, when we were isolated and cut off from one another physically, through that shared experience, we saw an opportunity, that the world was suddenly more connected together globally than it ever had been before. We took that opportunity to create a virtual world city, a community of urbanists where we could share ideas, insights, and potential solutions to the challenges all of our cities were collectively facing at that time. But we also wanted to celebrate the unique experiences and attributes of the various cities that we love around the world. So in October 2020, we gathered and held our first World City Congress, an around-the-world virtual gathering that ran 24 hours a day for 3 days with speakers on stages in London, New York, Singapore, Hong Kong, Los Angeles, Toronto, and virtually from many other cities around the world. Some of those first speakers at the very first World City Congress are sitting here in this room today. And it's great to catch up and join them here in Bilbao. Since that first event, we have gathered more than 10,000 urbanists together from more than 50 countries and more than 250 different cities around the world. Our goal, as we think about the mission and purpose of this community, is to share the ideas, to foster community, to build new connections, and have conversations on the approaches and solutions to creating more inclusive, equitable, sustainable urban development. But our work together at World City is far from finished. In fact, it has only begun. While the worst of the COVID crisis may be behind us, the challenges facing our cities today are not. From adapting to climate change, to the search for solutions for more attainable and affordable housing, to combating loneliness and exclusion, to creating shared prosperity that lifts up diverse communities across our various cities, there is much, much more work to be done. Our histories from one part of the world to another may be quite different, but together we share a common future, and we need to work together more than ever before to meet the challenges in front of us, particularly as we think about the urbanization, as Charles and Greg just talked about, of doubling the world's urban population over the next 50 years. We need to challenge traditional approaches. We need to think about urbanization in different ways and forge new policies and innovations in how we develop, manage, live, work, and play in our cities in order to make them more sustainable, inclusive, equitable, and prosperous for all in the decades to come. That's why it gives me great pleasure to announce that the next World City event will be held here in Bilbao, October 9th to 10th, in tandem with the Bay Awards. We look forward to not only bringing the world's leading urban innovators together here in person in Bilbao, but to sharing the insights, ideas, and projects that will be presented here with the World City community around the world, a community of practitioners, policymakers, and placemakers who will join us virtually. A key principle of World City since its inception has been to share openly and make the insights and ideas presented at World City as widely available and accessible as possible. Thanks to our partnership and support with BM30, virtual participation in World City to join here in Bilbao will be made free to anyone and everyone around the world. Because a revolution is not just about the ideas of a few, but the participation and actions taken by many. World City and the Bay Awards will not only recognize and showcase leading urban innovators and game-changing projects around the world, but we will work together to build a community of practitioners, policymakers, and change agents, revolutionaries who will take these ideas and make the urban revolution we so desperately need a reality. Our team at Resonance and the entire World City community looks forward to embarking on this journey with you together, both here in person in Bilbao and virtually from our cities around the world this October. And with that, let the revolution begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for sharing this. As we take off on our debate sessions, revealing the key arguments and vital aspects of the manifesto that we have been discussing today, and we'll be discussing more, I'd like to give it a little structure. So we've broken up the conversation into 4 key areas, so strategic areas: economy, strategy, ecology, and society. Each roundtable of discussion is organized so that to represent the inclusive, at the same time diverse points of view from different stakeholders with public, private sector, members of Bilbao Metropolis 30, as well as our international partners and networks. But as mentioned before by Idoia, there are a lot of networks that are globally present but could not be here with us today, but they did send us their short video messages. So let's turn our attention to the screen for the first video, which is gonna be from the Center for Livable Cities in Singapore, which is a global knowledge center for livable and sustainable cities. And here with us, we have their executive director, Hugh Lim.
Warmest greetings from Singapore and to our friends in Bilbao, the inaugural winner of the Lee Kuan Yew World City Prize. Cities around the world are facing complex urban challenges arising from the climate crisis, economic disruptions, and social stresses. We need to rethink and reinvent how we approach urban development if we are to overcome these challenges. The Centre for Livable Cities in Singapore is a global knowledge centre set up in 2008 to support this through knowledge sharing, collaborative research, and capability development. As a city-state with limited land, Singapore has had to be innovative in our use of space and resources to meet the needs of our residents. Let me share a few examples. The Marina Barrage in central Singapore serves both as a reservoir and alleviates flooding in low-lying areas of the city. Beyond its functional use, it was designed as a recreational space for residents. Singapore has also transformed our city into a test bed for innovative solar deployment. Beyond conventional solar panels on rooftops, Singapore has deployed floating solar farms on a reservoir and offshore. These floating solar farms today generate enough energy to power close to 18,000 homes. Under the City in Nature vision, Singapore endeavours to restore nature in the urban environment, which brings with it multiple benefits, such as protecting our rich native biodiversity and providing residents with a green and livable home, as well as building climate resilience. Our National Parks Board carried out an ecological profiling exercise to develop a more comprehensive picture of Singapore's island-wide ecosystem and ecological connectivity. The findings allow Singapore to sensitively integrate nature in our urban landscape upfront in our land use plans. As part of our greening efforts, we aim to add 200 hectares of new nature parks, 200 hectares of skyrise greenery, and offer every household to be within a 10-minute walk from a park by 2030. Singapore is also committed to becoming car light, while ensuring that all residents have access to transport systems that are affordable and inclusive. Today, about 64% of peak hour trips are walk, cycle, ride, and we aim to hit 75% by 2030. To better address our shared global challenges, we must develop new opportunities for cross-city and sectoral collaboration. The World City Summit, organized by the Centre for Livable Cities, is a useful platform for government and industry leaders, as well as experts from around the world, to gather, to share best practices, and forge partnerships for urban transformation. The next World City Summit will take place in Singapore from the 2nd to the 4th of June.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lim. There are some people following us online, so I'll have to this lovely message. With this in mind, let's proceed to our first round of discussion as we delve into economy, or urban prosperity beyond the GDP. To share their insights, I would like to invite here on stage, first person will be Andrei Sobchak, Secretary General of Eurocities. Eurocities is a network of large cities in Europe, of which the Bilbao City Council is also a member. Second expert, will be David Del Campo, representative of Euskaltel. Euskaltel is a telecommunications company founded in 1995 in the Basque Country with 15.3 million customers and a workforce of over 2,000 people. Have a seat. And please welcome Cristina Ollón, Director of Technology, Innovation and Sustainability at SPRI. SPRI is a Basque government's business development agency focused on promoting economic development, industrial innovation, and competitiveness within the Basque Country. To moderate the session, please welcome back Greg Clark.
Let me just say good morning and welcome to our very distinguished panelists, and also to say thank you very much for agreeing to join us. So we're going to talk about the economy within this framework of an urban revolution, a revolution in urban innovation. The first question is, do we already have the right understanding to create economic value within our cities, and what do you think needs to change? And Cristina, I'm going to invite you to go first.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. Thank you very much, Idoia, Bilbao Metropolis 30, for inviting me to be here. And well, I'm sure that we have the ideas, the right ideas, all of us. Each of us and each of our institutions, we have ideas about how our model of creating value has to change. But I think also that each of us have our own ones, and it's really, really relevant, as Idoia said, to create a shared vision. So this is the reason why I'm very happy to be here. When Idoia asked me at the beginning, I was thinking about what I'm going to say in a session, in a meeting regarding urban revolution, because it's not my job is not directly related to that. But it's true that it's a good idea to be here. I'm very happy to have accepted the invitation, because although, as I said, my job is not directly involved in the creation of innovation at the urban level, I'm working for improving the added value of our industrial activity. I'm working for fostering innovation in the industrial activity in the Basque Country, and this is really very relevant to the people, as also it was said this morning, the main asset that we have to promote innovation in our industry are the persons involved, and mostly, I would say, in average, 80% of these persons live in the cities, and they are really, really relevant. I guess that thinking about, which are the ideas, in our case at least, as also it was said previously, after the COVID crisis, our relationship also with our job and relationship with companies and workers have changed very much. And I think one of the ideas I would like to share with you is the case of the mobility, how people, remote working, but also the need of presence working and the challenge of the equilibrium between both these things are relevant. We also see not in my case, but my colleagues also working in the area of industrial spaces or technological spaces, like technology parks, how there is a need or a movement towards coming back industrial, maybe not industrial activity, because this is very difficult to make that happen back to the cities, but the services companies or advanced services companies for industrial activity are really coming back to the city centers. Our technology park, Vizcaya Technology Park, one of the campuses that is in Bilbao, it's very successful, and this is one of the reasons that this innovative way of creating value in our industrial activity has a lot of relationship also with what we are doing in our cities, in the places where we live.
Christina, thank you so much. I mean, I hear three big ideas in what you're saying. Number one, as you said very clearly, actually the economy is an economy of people. It's an economy of talent and innovation, and that seems to be right at the heart of this. Number two, the challenge and the opportunity of the new hybridity, this new set of choices that people have about where they work and how they create in different locations, this big surge of technology usage, providing a new challenge and a new opportunity at the same time. And then thirdly, this interesting phenomena of the reindustrialization of the global north through these processes of innovation economy, and what you described as, the industries moving back into the cities because somehow the urban fabric is conducive to the innovation model of industrialization, not the Fordist model of industrialization. Really interesting. Let's come back to some of that in a minute. David, the same question for you, really. Do we have the right understanding of how to create economic value in our cities, and what needs to change?
Okay. Well, good morning. I would like to make a perspective from where I come from.
Yeah.
The technology.
A big technology company.
Technology is the big enabler, all of these changes. We know we've been in the pandemic. We know that everyone goes home and continue working because of the technology. That's a great example. We could say right now that we have the technology that we need to do whatever we want to do. So it's the moment that we decide where we want to go. So that's to have a plan, that plan. Because the technology is going to support it. It's going to make it happen. So that's, I would like to say that the technology is not the problem, it's the enabler. So previously they say we have to dream in a realistic way. Dream, because we can do it. So the point is that I think for the urban revolution, it's starting from scratch. Each city, each environment should decide which is the past, which is the characteristics of the environment, and from there, where we want to be tomorrow, with all the people. So government, private companies, and the citizens, of course, because they know exactly where we want for that. We can take examples from everywhere, but I think it's important that everyone knows what they have, what's the environment they want, because they are going to live there. In Europe, we have cities that they come from years of culture, that it's very important that they need to be there because it's part of the people, so they need to respect them. But from there, you decide where you want to be. So there are other examples in the world. We've been hearing about the Line, this city in Saudi Arabia, which is beginning from the start, but in the desert. Okay, you can decide whatever you want there. And the technology is the main part of that city. Is that the model? Well, it could be a model for those countries. But for example, in Europe, is that the model? In America, is that the model? Which obviously, we have lots of culture. The point is that the technology enables everything. So it's our decision to see, okay, I want to be there. And that's our common decision. And I think Bilbao is a good example, because we've done years ago with this reindustrialization. People in Bilbao decided where they want to be. Now it's another start, because technology changes so rapidly. We have 5G, we have AI, we have lots of things that changes very quickly. But we can change very quickly. But it's very important to know where I want to be there. So that point. Because if not, we can go one side to the other. And that's not a good roadmap. It's a good plan.
David, thank you so much. There's, again, 3 big points in what you say. We have the technology that we need, and the technology is a great enabler. You said technology enables us to dream differently, to think differently. And then you say that what technology requires of us is to be agent, to really be autonomous, to think about what we want to do with the technology and how the technology serves us rather than we serve it, I suppose, in a certain way. And at the level of a place, it means really focusing on what your unique characteristics are and using the technology to enhance them. I think that's your point. Rather than the risk is that technology makes everything the same.
Yeah.
It makes it different, is what you're saying.
And the technology is not longer a property of some people.
Yes.
With power or with...
It's everyone.
So it's democratic.
Yeah.
So we can...
So technology is democracy, right? Andre, coming from the perspective of the 250 biggest cities in Europe, that's your community that you're the leader of. Do we collectively have the right ideas about how to create value in our economy, and what do you think needs to change?
It depends on how do you find the we. I think the people here in the room and the people that are following us today, I think they have quite a good understanding about what should be the targets for a more responsible, sustainable economy. And the manifesto that you described brings very clearly the different models that are out in the world. And I think that if we move to these models, we would make much more progress. But then if we look at reality, in most of the world, still a lot of people would conceive that a company is successful even if it destroys the environment, even if it doesn't respect at all basic social rights. I think about the textile sector, for example. This morning I was reading again about one of these textile companies in China that produces and puts on the market 1,000 new products per day, and encourage us to buy them and then to throw them away. And they are produced without any environmental standards and with any social rights. And we have all in our friends and families people that are buying these products. So overall, I think we are not there, and this is why we need this revolution. But if I'm a little bit more positive, I would say that if new models start to be applied, because it's not about having them in our minds, but putting them into action, it's basically in cities that I can see them. Obviously, I'm biased, but if I think about Amsterdam saying that the donut model or the idea of circular economy, it's really becoming a target for the city, and they try to align all their policies and also to involve all the local stakeholders in applying these different models locally. Then I think that if we trust more to cities, then we can probably have a better success on all these different elements. And then also I think it's not because cities are better, but in cities maybe you can see more clearly the different impacts. And this is also why I'm quite positive about what you mentioned, the fact that maybe we are moving back to a more proximity in the economy, because I think a lot of the negative impacts of the economy were linked to the fact that it was produced far away, so you don't see it. When you bring industry and farmers back close to the people, then you can actually see that this cannot happen, even if it creates a job in the short term. If then the people become sick because of the job, or you destroy the local river, then it's not acceptable, and the local people will not buy the products anymore. It was because it was hidden because of a very globalized system that a lot of these problems arose.
Thank you very much, Andre. Again, three big issues there. You talk about the power of conscious consumers beginning to change trends and beginning to exercise their collective power to change the way industry works. And then you talk about the role of cities as the generators of new ideas about the economy. And you picked up, particularly on the donut economy, this circularity approach that's really been led by Amsterdam. And then this idea of the economy of proximity, which of course has been picked up by many, many cities in Europe. And I'm tempted to ask you just to say one more thing. Are you optimistic about the role of Europe's cities in particular in this global debate about new value? Because with your 250 members, they're an important group of people.
Yeah, I think our slogan for the European election is "A better Europe starts in cities." And it's also true for the economy, of course. So we think that maybe in Europe there is an increasingly an understanding in cities in particular that they have a role to play, and that the people also are aspiring for these kind of elements. So I think cities in Europe have a specific role to play, but of course they can also be inspired. Previously you mentioned the debate of sometimes going also to other continents and to learn also from them. I think about the former mayor of Vilnius, for example, who was saying, well, if we talk about the future, for example, of mobility, we sometimes dream about flying taxis and so on. But if you really look at what people are aspiring to, it's just walking safely on the streets. And so it's also sometimes a low-tech solution that also can be combined, of course, with technological innovation. And this, I think that Europe can learn probably from other continents where just there are less resources, so they have to find sometimes easier solutions, and easy is also sometimes better.
Great, thank you so much. Let's stick with this theme of urban technology and urban innovation. David, we start with you, we go to Andre, we come to Christina. Why do we need to innovate in urban economies, and what is your company doing in that space?
Well, I think we can do right now, or what we are doing is just trying to send this message to the companies, to the governments, to the people, that we are this enabler, that this technology is already there, and we only have to think about the projects, and we are like planting the seed all the day. So we are the first approaches with the solutions of smart cities. Sometimes we have to begin with, okay, just only some cameras with certain AI to control the traffic, for example, parking solutions, little things that for the governments, they see the capacity of the technology, which is something that is there, and it's quite. So they are thinking about offering services progressively to the citizens. The point is that we don't see this strategy from the governments. Which are the stakeholders that should be there trying to give this perspective, so from our technology, we say, okay, these are the solutions, but we need more reflection about it. So about the governments and the citizens, we need that happens, really. It's a question of time, perhaps. But what we do from Euskaltel MásMóvil, sustainability things, so from this aspect. No? Our technology is day by day consuming less, for example. We are very pointed from these sustainability aspects of the technology, because well, it's said, okay, a lot of electricity consumed. Well, we have a KPI, for example, that we all the data which is increasing day by day, the whole amount of data that we move. Well, one of our targets is the decreasing the consumption per gigabyte of electricity. And we are thinking that we are following and trying to download, to go down with this aspect. So we need to use technology for a sustainability reason that we need. There is a big climate change that we have to, well, to cope with it, to try to do things about it, and the technology, again, is able to do it. So this message is very important. It's what not only our business, obviously, it's our business, but it's our business that it's help us to do something that we need to do, and we can do it very quickly if we want. So, well, this is what we, day by day, we are trying to do. Yeah.
It sounds like there's a dual focus. On the one hand, you provide big technology platforms that are available to cities, to regions, to nations, to make every kind of system and infrastructure smarter.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you're using technology to model individual carbon accounting, individual energy accounting, to help to change individual behavior by making people more conscious of how they're using resources. Is that right?
That's it,
Yeah.
because the technology is used for decreasing the consumption of electricity of the companies. With sensoring, you are decreasing pollution, because you are doing the measurement to know what you should do to restrict traffic in certain parts of the cities, in the center of the city. Everything is capable because of the 5G solutions, AI, all these tools.
Yes, the tools make us more conscious, it sounds like. Andre, let's come to you very quickly on this. We're going to run out of time otherwise. Why do we need to innovate in our urban economies, and what is Eurocities doing in that space?
We need to innovate because the current models are not appropriate, and we need to move to the next one. So what we try to do at Eurocities is to identify those solutions that work in our member cities. So I think, for example, about a city like Braga that tries to create platforms for innovation, mixing a same building that is incubator not only for startups in the digital sector, but also social economy, and bringing them together to inspire each other. And I think it's a good way of creating new models so that the people that come with the digital perspective from upfront integrate the social dimension, and also that the social economy can learn immediately from the ones in the digital sector. So it's a good example, I think, about Tirana that has invested quite a lot in developing skills at the local level to create this new economy. So they have had the feeling that we know that there are new models that exist, but we now need to implement them, so we need to train the future generations. So they deliberately attracted higher education institutions that apply new methodologies, not only based on diplomas and certification, and to work with the local companies to find concrete solutions about how to make profits by still respecting the environment, respecting the people. And I think about Nantes in France, where they created a platform for an economy in transition, where they worked a lot with the local SMEs and very small companies, because the big companies, I think, as you mentioned, also have understood that they need to change. It's maybe a long process, complicated process, but the feeling in Nantes was the fact that the smaller companies also have understood it, and maybe sometimes they do already certain things because they have these values, and then once you convince the owner, he or she can change quite quickly, but still you need to help them to make it visible so that the end consumer can recognize this, because otherwise they will see a huge advertisement campaign from a big company that is maybe not always doing what they sell. And on the other hand, a small company that has not the possibility to do so. And also in Nantes, what they try to do is to develop public procurement that also encourages then those companies who have better economic models. So this is what we try to do. So we organize a lot of learning trips, events where you can inspire each other to learn from each other and to make this revolution become quicker, because then when you see that it's already happening in a certain city, then you can get inspired and try to implement it locally also in your city.
There's so much in what you say that's important, Andre, but two things I love about what you say is this idea of 250 European cities as a kind of innovation system, sharing rapidly solutions, but also this idea the city's becoming more demanding of the corporate sector in terms of corporate behavior, in terms of infusing innovation, in terms of, being better neighbors for smaller companies and everything else. Fantastic. Christina, let's come to you. It's the same question. You already spoke about how you're helping companies to innovate in País Vasco, but why do we need to do that, and what specifically are you doing at SPRI?
Well, I agree with you that GDP is not the indicator of value, but is one indicator. So let me explain a bit about this indicator in our case. So in the Basque Country, we are an industrial region. So 25% of our GDP comes from industrial activity and almost 40% from, if we sum up, also advanced services to this industrial activity. So if we want to continue being an industrial region, that we want, because we really believe that we can create value, and not only economic value, but also social and environmental value by promoting industrial activity. We want our companies to remain competitive. We need them to innovate. So this is for sure. I personally believe that all companies that survive are innovators by nature, because if they are not innovating day by day, they will not survive. But in any case, we want our companies to do it in a systematic way, so to make them that they recognize the value of introducing innovation in a systematic way in their organizations. So this is one of our main activities. We promote research, development, and innovation as key competitor factor, because we believe that this is the way in which we can create added value in our economy, and this added value in our economy is the driver for this sustainability and social equality that we are also wanting to develop in our region, in our place. So we promote this technology-intensive industrial activity in our region. For this reason, and for that, this is again related with the innovation in our environment, in where we live, because we need to become an attractive country where people want to live, because they want to work here, and this is again related with having this environment where people can develop themselves in a proper way and close to their place where they work.
Again, there's so many inspiring things in what you say, Christina, but two I would pick out is, one, as you said, because GDP is not the only measure, it's actually innovation that is deliberate and intentional that leads to the other kinds of value. And you talked about social and environmental value. And then the second thing is that it's a hallmark of the Basque country, if you like, that innovation is in the model. So it's a deliberate and intentional idea to really intensify and concentrate this element of what you offer. Colleagues, we've got 3 minutes, so it's 1 minute each. What do we need to do in the future to create urban economies which are sustainable and inclusive, and how can we do it together? Andre.
I thought about 3 ideas very shortly. So I think that we need to better manage the knowledge that we have and to share it. And I think that the proposal from Bilbao here is very good to create a global repository of these different initiatives. And I think we all need to work together to create it and to make it work very well. Then I think that we need to develop more capacity building on it and how to implement it. Developing maybe together a training program to make happen these changes that we are all thinking. And thirdly, we should work together, I think, on advocacy, because if we think that these solutions already exist in cities, still we need to convince the national governments, the European institutions, and this again, we can only do it together.
Bravo, thank you very much. Christina, what do we do for the future? How do we do it together?
Well, I just want to share an idea with all of you that is to incorporate women in the decision. So this is something that we are also working on because, as I said, we are focused in promoting innovation in industrial activity, and in our industries, only 20% of the workforce are women. And this is something that, if we really believe in being innovative, we want to count with the 100% of the population, and if we women are 50%, why are not represented in that figure, more or less, in this activity that is creating value, not only economic value, but also social and environmental value? How is it possible if only 20% of the workforce are women?
The most important point of the day so far.
Thank you.
Thank you. David, your point. How do we create inclusive and sustainable economies, and how do we do it together?
Yeah. Well, I think it comes from what we said previously. Things should happen from the people who are in that region. They take the decisions, they should take the decisions of their future. And I think this is a good example. I think Vizcaya, Bilbao, with the past, is something that this collaboration between the people, the companies, and the government, it's an example of something like this. I would say it's not only Bilbao. You shouldn't think only about the city, but the surroundings, because Vizcaya is like a big city. So there are other villages, small, where are also industry, where are companies that could be there, and they need to have the same services. That's the center of Bilbao, we would say. So we have to think in this environment, the whole region, because all of them should be the beneficials, the people that get the benefit of all of this. And yeah, at the end, repeat, the technology is there.
Yes.
So, yes, our decision.
Great. Well, you've just made, I think, again, a very big point that there's a link between this conscious indigeneity, the availability of these technologies, and an economy that is self-determined by the people, not given from outside. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank Andre, David, and Christina. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much for this inspiring discussion. We now have a short video message from the United Cities and Local Governments Network, which is the umbrella organization for cities, local and regional governments throughout the world. And today we have the testimony of their General Secretary, Emilia Saiz.
Saludos desde Ciudades y Gobiernos Locales Unidos, una organización mundial de ciudades, gobiernos locales y regionales y territorios de todo el planeta. Es un gran gusto para nosotros unirnos a este movimiento, a esta experiencia, al manifiesto Urban Revolution Aurrera. Nos hace mucha ilusión porque creemos efectivamente que es el momento de aunar esfuerzos, de poner a las personas en el centro para redefinir los numerosos modelos que van formando nuestra red social. En el contexto actual de crisis superpuestas, nosotros estamos convencidos que los modelos de cercanía, la localización y la igualdad articulada por los cuidados, poniendo a las personas en el centro de la agenda, son la auténtica revolución. Y la auténtica revolución tiene que ser efectivamente articulada y facilitada por nuevos instrumentos, poner la inteligencia artificial al servicio de las personas, poner la tecnología al servicio de los servicios públicos, de las ciudades y de sus comunidades. Es un trabajo que venimos desarrollando juntos desde hace mucho tiempo, con Bilbao en particular, alrededor de las ciudades inteligentes, con el País Vasco articulando la acción local, la localización de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, y con Eudel dando una perspectiva territorial a la agenda local. Nuevamente, un gran entusiasmo por unirnos a esta iniciativa. Cuenten con nosotros para darle forma a las diferentes partes de la agenda, para fomentar una gobernanza multinivel vista con perspectiva local, pensando local para actuar globalmente. Muchísimas gracias por tenernos en cuenta y seguimos trabajando.
Thank you, Emilia, for this message. Well, now let's try to jump in a slightly different direction as we talk about strategy. Without a clear strategy, tactics will lack direction and purpose. When we talk about tactics, that means usually measures, short-term actions, while strategy involves a broader and much more comprehensive view, as we talked before, vision. I think about strategy as a staircase, while tactics are like the stairs to help you get up there. So to discuss strategy and shared vision behind the Urban Revolution Aurrera Manifesto Proposal, please welcome here on stage Henk Bouwman, Secretary General of Metrics. Metrics is a network of over 50 metropolitan regions and areas in Europe that contribute to the metropolitan dimension on a European scale. Have a seat. Xavi Tiana, representing the European Metropolitan Authorities Network and also the coordinator of the General Manager Bureau of the Metropolitan Area of Barcelona. Have a seat, please. Naive Flores, Director for International Projects at IDOM, a global architecture, engineering, and consulting firm based in Spain. To moderate this session, please welcome back Idoia.
But you know we have to talk about strategy. So it's there. How do we get there? And I would like to explore together with you this morning different aspects of this strategy, right? And taking into account that we have Metrics and EMA and also IDOM in this session, I would like to start the conversation analyzing the metropolitan approach. Why do we need to move from perhaps a national or a local perspective? Sorry. How do we move, or should we move from these other local, different level perspectives to a metropolitan scale? And in your case, perhaps, Najib, you can share some examples of projects in which IDOM has worked with this metropolitan perspective. But perhaps, Henk, do you want to start with this metropolitan vision from Metrics?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, by the way, for being here. Fantastic initiative, and also, I think, very necessary, but we should come on that later on in the discussion. When it comes to the metropolitan level, it is, we have had a process of making a metropolitan manifesto in the last year, and we had invited a whole range of people trying to come up with a definition of a metropolitan region. Well, I think we gained about, let's say, 2,000 definitions. In other words, there's no definition. what the interesting thing is in our view about, let's say, working on that metropolitan level is that there should be a will to collaborate with your direct neighbors. So not so much, let's say, eliminate the local governments, not at all, but let's say the will and the understanding that for some issues, whether it's climate, whether it's transportation, whether it's housing, lots of issues, you need to simply collaborate with, let's say, people around you, the municipalities around you, and even beyond. And also there, we discussed it even yesterday evening, even there, you should also eliminate this whole idea about that there is a urban on the one hand and a rural on the other hand. You need both, it's actually one. So in that sense, we think that the metropolitan level, and we have at the moment we see a sort of metropolization going on in Europe, let's say, where sort of cities, areas clog up, let's say, together. They work together on all kind of issues. And again, it is necessary because you can't do that anymore on let's say, the local level. And maybe the most clear example is, of course, public transport, which doesn't stop at the municipal border. It should not stop there. But of course, there are many other things where you should really look beyond those borders and collaborate. And let's say the approach that we at the moment have is to better, let's say, install and establish those metropolitan collaborations, whether it's formalized with, let's say, like in France, with a special directly elected president and a council, or whether it's an informal collaboration. To be honest, we don't care that much, as long as they collaborate, as long as they understand that, let's say, the work with their neighbors is important. So we would like to sort of establish them better, to equip them better. Let's say, André Sovchak already mentioned capacity building. We should also, let's say, help these people working in those organizations to better understand how things work and, let's say, gain knowledge. And this initiative is, of course, fantastic for that. But also, we think that we should much more involve, let's say, the population, the citizens. And there is quite a strong, let's say, discussion also about democracy going on, and rightfully it is, because democracy is not for granted. It's something that is, you have to fight for that every day, more or less. And I think with the upcoming elections, I'm quite worried, to be honest, what will happen, let's say, with the EU elections in June. But I think it is somehow related also to the way we are, let's say, executing, I don't know how to put it, our democracy. Let's say the way we execute our democratic process, because I think that is extremely important in, let's say, getting people involved. And I think also for your urban revolution, if we don't involve people and if we don't understand people, let's say, in the right way, it won't happen. So we really need to sort of understand, let's say, how these mechanisms work. I think many mechanisms that we have are dating back to, whatever, Napoleon. So we should really rethink also our maybe more systemic organizations, the systemic systems that we have, to better understand how we can indeed be ready, be fit for the future. And I think democracy is a very important element in that as well.
Thank you, Henk, for this perspective that goes beyond the metropolitan view to even incorporate democracy and participation of citizenship in the building of our cities and metropolises. And for mentioning your manifesto, Xavi, I think Emma has a declaration which goes in the line of strengthening the role of metropolis. And I think you have an interesting perspective because you have the international vision of Emma, but you are also working at the Metropolitan Authority of Barcelona, which gives you the other perspective of the action, right? How do you see the metropolitan perspective in this strategy for building better places to live and work?
Well, first of all, eskerrik asko. Thank you for inviting us. Again, Bilbao is performing very well. So for those international visitors, if you've gone through the street and you've seen red and white flags, they belong to Atleti. They are performing really well. FC Barcelona supporters like myself, we know very well what this happened. And so all the best for next month. So having said that, I would like to mention, and starting from the perspective of networking, that the way of working in networks has changed. I mean, we are passing from the classical networks, working like, I would say, institutions or international institutions, to other kind of volunteer organizations or volunteer networks. This is the case of EMA. EMA is a platform that started, a platform of political representatives, of metropolitan political representatives, that started in 2015 in Barcelona, just with 50 mayors. And from now to then, and Bilbao has also been included in this group. Asier was there in the next meeting that we had in 2016. Idoia was there last year. So we are now a group of more than 50 European metropolitan leaders, metropolitan politicians, representing more than 120 million inhabitants. And without an organization, without a secretariat, working together, working with other networks in a very open and wise way. So this is the way that we should transform that in the urban perspective. Going back to what you said, Idoia, for me, the Urban Manifesto, I mean, if you are going to the street and you ask 20 citizens what's the Urban Manifesto about, they will say it's about cities. For me, the Urban Manifesto, the Urban Revolution, is about metropolitan areas. So we cannot understand what is happening in our cities without taking this metropolitan perspective. Mobility, equality, climate change, GDP, social inequality, massive in many metropolitan areas. So this is what this century is about. It's not cities. It's not about cities anymore. It's about the city of cities, metropolitan areas, functional urban areas. Call them however you want. And this is the case that we are having in Barcelona. Hen was mentioning that in the case of Europe, there are different types of organizations working in a metropolitan scale. In Barcelona, we have a metropolitan institution. It's the unique one that we have in Spain. Spain is a country with a metropolitan reality, but we only have this institution which is coming from a bottom-up process. I mean, there is a work of more than 40 years of supralocal work of different agencies working together. And in 2010, the three agencies we had, they merged in a single organization which was adopted by the Catalan Parliament to deliver different services. And I'm saying that because we have a tool. It's an imperfect tool. It can be improved. But we have something. And this something is delivering services in the territory. And it's not only a question of good practices and good projects. It's also good practices and capacity building, as Andre and Hen were saying, on governance. Greg was mentioning before, many of the European or the global urban areas are not in the most developed countries. So they need real solutions, not only about projects, also about governance solutions. And this is the case that we have in Europe with many imperfections in other parts of the world, but this is something that I think that we could add in this new community of good practices.
Thank you, Xavi, for bringing us this global perspective and also linked to your own reality in Barcelona. Nayib, can you perhaps share with us projects in which IDOM has worked across the world, in which this metropolitan perspective is present?
Yes, I think in every continent, every country today, metropolitan areas are a reality, a functional reality. It is everywhere, and unfortunately, it is not read like this in the governance level. Many times we don't find metropolitan agencies that are really capable of making decisions, and it's just, as we say, the city is the project, maybe the metropolitan area is the project, and we don't have the tools to have decisions in this area specifically. So I think I agree with all this view, and also I would like to highlight that these challenges, we were talking at the beginning, the introduction, these global challenges, climate change, etc., it is because it's all about geography. I mean, there's the planet and there's the territory where there's these natural rural areas where we have resources, where we have agriculture, we get the food we eat, we get mining, we get energy, and all of that is very much related to us, to humans, because it's the layer that comes then, which is settlements, which is socioeconomics, which is cities, which is also all these different infrastructures that we need to do our activities. So the relationship and this hinterland that we have around the cities that makes metropolitan reality a fact, I think it's something that needs to be included in this decision making and in this tree of agencies and of political bodies. No? So I think, and you can find examples as exotic as Panama City, you have the canal that is part of the metropolitan area. So really, it's a flexible concept where you, the meaning of the city and how it works, it's not just administrative limits, it has many more other limits that can be physical, can be economic, or can be infrastructures. No? So I think that's a good point of view.
I think that from this first round of answers from you, I would highlight the flexibility of the metropolitan aspect to be adapted to depending which type of projects we have to address. And also the fact that when we talk about cities, we can also, because I remember a conversation yesterday with André in which I was asking him about Eurocities is only focused on cities themselves, or do you have this metropolitan perspective in mind? And he agreed that although being a network of cities in name, they incorporate the metropolitan perspective. So this is something special that you've mentioned. And also the fact that you've talked about democracy and involving citizenship. I would like to explore now another type of collaboration, public-private cooperation in this strategy. Who wants to start sharing how important is this and how can we move forward with this type of schemes in which the companies are also part of the future of the places in which they operate? Xavi, you want to go first?
Well, this is a very good question. I think we have an experience on that, taking into consideration that public and private collaboration is not easy in our context. So our legislation is not very friendly to promote public and private collaboration. But I have to say that public resources are limited. So if you want to deliver proper services in the territory, we cannot do it only with the public funding. So let me give you 3 specific examples that we have in Barcelona. In Barcelona, we created 10 years ago, public and private company for water provision. And it's working quite well. But at the same time, there are some of our municipalities which are remunicipalization the water service. So this is still a kind of a different vision. The same with housing. With housing, 3 years ago, we created a public and private company with the city of Barcelona, shared 50% by the metropolitan area and the city of Barcelona, and 50% by a private company, to build new houses, affordable houses for renting. So we are going to build 5,000 units in the next 3 years, but it's been amazingly difficult to implement that. First, because not all the municipalities were providing land, not because all the companies found it affordable to participate in this process. So it's not easy. And for the next 4 years, we are launching again 2 main projects to promote public and private company, private and private partnership. One is in security, which is a power dealing with cities and region and the central government, but at the metropolitan scale, we want to go through promote policies and services dealing with the supra-local effect of security. And now we are going to the market to ask for different solutions using technology, using artificial intelligence, and so on. We don't want to have a metropolitan police, not at all, but we want to have services linked to security. And the other one, it's about mobility. So we are starting, or we want to start a mobility pact to see how to involve the private sector in different mobility services. One of the examples that we are having right now is the Aerobus. The Aerobus is the bus going from the airport, the Barcelona airport, to the city center. So this is owned by us, managed by a private company, and it's working very well. So we have to find different solutions in other domains of the sustainable mobility.
Thank you for these concrete examples, Xavi. Henk, how public-private partnership is important for metrics?
I don't know if it's really an English word, but I have the impression that the last 50 years or so we have legalized out private-public partnerships. If you look at, let's say, cities, the development of cities in the past, wherever, also in Europe, that was always something with, let's say, local entrepreneurs and governments, whether it was the guilds or it was the, let's say, rail companies, you name it. I mean, so it is weird how, when you talk about a revolution or, let's say, innovation, I think we need also a sort of innovation in how we organize that. Because it's crazy that, let's say, even forming public-private partnerships, it takes you a hell of a lot of time. Which is, you know, in a way, for most people, a waste of time, because we don't need, let's say, blah, blah, we need solutions. So I think that is something which I don't think has to do so much with governance, but it is really how we organize ourselves. How are we organized? What are competencies? And how can we, let's say, build alliances or partnerships with, let's say, the civil society, with industry, with companies in our cities, in our metropolitan regions, to, let's say, to deliver whatever services that we need. And I think in the past, apparently we were much better in that, and somehow it has all become, let's say, complicated because everyone sits in its own little corner and, you know, fenced off with all kind of legislation, which doesn't work. And I think, in that sense, the metropolitan level is, let's say, an interesting level because it in principle, in such area, you know your partners. You know, let's say, the partners who are there, and of course you can, let's say, fly in bigger companies who have maybe a more, let's say, European or global outlook, fine, but let's say in principle, a lot of these, and you see that with public transport, a lot of them have also, let's say, a sort of local or regional view on a region. I mean, you know them, you can talk to them, let's say. And also people know who they are, let's say. For instance, in Lyon, there has been just recently a sort of procurement of public transport. It's not now one company anymore, but they have sort of involved now more companies. But they are settled, let's say, in the city, in the region, and we know them. They sit, let's say, next door. So I think the organization, the way how we organize it, I think also needs, in that sense, a revolution. We need to think about how these mechanisms work and how they can better serve, let's say, what we want. And it's ridiculous, again, that we, you know, with all this procurement legislation, I mean, it has become a sort of thing in itself. You know, it's a very expensive processes. If you make one mistake, the whole thing goes out. So that is really, I think, a sort of ending way. We need to find other ways how to organize that. And I don't even believe in it. I mean, we need simply everyone in the city or in the metropolitan region to help with the, let's say, the challenges that we have. I mean, as authorities, you can't do it on your own. As civil society, you can't do it on your own. You need, let's say, all that manpower to do it. So we need, let's say, these alliances.
Thank you for bringing the Lyon case and also the procurement processes that could help in this. What about Idom, Nayib? Can you share experiences of how these public-private cooperation schemes work elsewhere, perhaps?
Yes, I think for me the more the experiences that we find that have worked or that are more, let's say, proved are schemes where we can find public biddings, public procurement that is focused in making space and making enabling private companies and private investors to propose projects in a free way And then once they win these biddings, they are the government and the public resources are committed with the project which is shared at some point. It's not exactly a private, what we can call more classic public-private experience. That, by the way, has worked very well in infrastructures and this kind of projects, really. But for, let's say, for master planning, more related to urban development and to different, to new districts or to renewal of districts, it's more this way of opening let's say, the public bodies, opening the possibility to the private companies to say what they want to do. That is aligned with the public policies. And then once we find that there is this interest, then we can select which one is going to do that, and there's this agreement between both. So let's say that it's like an open space for the private companies, and also it is directed by the public, that once they agree upon the project that needs to be done, then they assume it as public also. So that one point, and on the other hand, I would like to say that these partnerships and this public-private scheme is very interesting, but also I think that what really, there's a bit a lack there that I think it was introduced to, it's the society, the public society. I think that the really good initiatives that are long-term, that are game-changing, that are engaging for the cities, for the metropolitan areas, for the citizens, for the economic powers also, are the ones that have the three parts, also society there. So I think that having these engaging projects that are multidisciplinary and that come across also about public, private, and society, I think that's really the right way, maybe more than just keeping this more maybe classic public-private, more enclosed structure, no?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this capacity of proposal from the private sector, because sometimes, yes, we perhaps believe they have to join what is already underway, and they can be the first steps of changes in our urban spaces. We are running out of time, so I'm going to go to the third issue that I wanted to explore with you. Let's go very quickly about this question, which is related to the long term, because this is also part of the strategy. How do we deal, with these urgencies of the decisions that we have to take every day, with the long-term vision of what is happening now and the consequences that our projects and initiatives have for the future generations? How can we deal with those two objectives at the same time? Xavi, you go first.
Three messages.
Yeah, very quickly.
One, this long-term vision is necessary. I mean, as Asier was saying this morning, we need to do that. Greg, Mark, Landry, they've been mentioning that. We need this mid and long-term vision, close to the delivery. Delivery is very important. Second one, we need a change or a mindset shift when we are trying to understand cities and metropolitan areas. So from the side of cities, city capitals, we need generosity with the boundary municipalities. And at the same time, the neighboring and the small and medium-sized municipalities around the city capital, they need to have this metropolitan vision, not only thinking locally. And this process of this mindset shift, we need also to involve other stakeholders. Not all the metropolitan areas are used to take decisions involving economic and social stakeholders. And the third point I wanted to say is that national governments, they need to recognize the role that metropolitan areas have. Today we talk about GDP. There are many global metropolitan areas that have bigger GDP than a country like Spain, or countries like El Salvador, where San Salvador metropolitan area is 35% of the El Salvador GDP. So we have to be listened on when we are talking about even national decisions. We have to be facilitators, and the same national issue, it has to be transformed in Brussels. Brussels doesn't understand what are metropolitan areas about. They don't have a clear vision, nor a clear policy on that. About cities, yes, not about metropolitan areas. So, and for us, Brussels is very important. So this is why I'm advocating for that.
Okay, good point for the conversation with Andre after. Henk, very quickly, your messages for long-term vision.
The last point is, of course, indeed kicking out Napoleon, let's say, because there is a fourth level nowadays. And they still work with this old idea about cities and nations and Europe. In addition to that, we have experienced an interesting process in the Métropole de Lyon, where they did a foresighting process, and they're still running that, by the way. It's a sort of game. They developed a game with cards and stuff, and they more or less involve everyone who lives in the city. I think at the moment it's the pompiers, or the firefighters. So all kind of groups that say they sort of involve in that process to discuss how could a future look like. And maybe there are different futures, we don't know. So I think let's say the way we develop such vision, let's say, such a long-term vision, might also be, let's say, different than we did that in the past. At least I come from a country like the Netherlands, where we had these national plans, and there was always this sort of set of, let's say, experts and, you know, the grey old man who made such a vision, who made such a plan. That's over. So in that sense, I would suggest that we look around, let's say, what's happening elsewhere. The idea about community-led trust or developments, which we also see, for instance, in Latin America and in North America, I think there are also other models elsewhere in the world where we can learn from in Europe, how to approach, let's say, such process. So I think that is important, and maybe finally, in addition to what was said before about that there are too many, well, now we are 50-50 women and let's say male and female. Of course, we forget another very big chunk of our citizens, that's children. And I think for that, we see interesting examples in Vienna, where they said we want to make a city for children. And in principle, when a city is nice for children, it's nice for everyone. But I think we should also find ways in that foresighting to involve, let's say, the new generation. Because, you know, I don't know about you, I will be gone soon, let's say. So we need, let's say, also that important part of the population. And again, Lyon, there are examples in Europe at least also where that is happening. So I think we should really look also for this process, for this revolution. We should look how we get those young guys at the table. Because, well, I don't know the age, but let's say, I think I'm the oldest one here maybe, but you know, there should be a bit more of our population.
Thank you, Henk. We go with Najib to finish the session.
Yes, I think long term is the challenge, but I think long term, I mean, the future is here now. So I think we can start the long term in the short term, otherwise the long term is not going to work. So I think we know the problems we have. We need to use data. We talked before about technology. I think we are scientific. I mean, the societies and the humanity has evolved because of science, because we know how to look at data, how to understand problems, and how to provide responses and expect some results. No, so that's science. So we have all this huge data we can use right now, and I think we must start using that, and also communicating data. There's such a power in data that. These counting steps applications that we have, and that make people that couldn't ever stand up from the sofa to walk, and they see that they have still 2,000 steps to be done, and they stand up and they go walking at 10 p.m. That's a miracle, and that's just showing one data. So I think sharing data, communicating is very important, and also in that sense, if we really achieve projects and goals that are embodied in projects, because we need images, we need proximity, we need things that are tangible to be engaged. I think we need to have these simple goals, simple projects where different stakeholders gather together, they have the shared goal, private, society, public, and they say, easy things for cities that are so complicated. as for example, my city without private cars. And this is today, and this is for the long term, and this is forever. And this is for tomorrow too, because I can start with a district, I can implement shared cars, I can do loads of things that already exist and that we know that can sort of work and that make the future come now and start now, I think. And also that is good for communicating, for compromise, and for all the society as a whole, no? And for the different agents.
Thank you, Nayib. I think we have reached the end of this session. We are all eager for the coffee. Just some main ideas that you have kindly shared this morning. You've mentioned not only public-private collaboration, but also engaging the rest of the stakeholders, democracy, bottom-up projects. You have talked about building capacity, sharing knowledge, the use and communication of data. You have also mentioned generosity, a metropolitan perspective that is instilled in our own local and sub-local authorities, the protagonism of cities and metropolitan spaces in their future. And I think that with these inspiring ideas, we can leave for the coffee now. I'm going to ask you for a big applause for Henk, Xavi, and Nayib. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Now my watch says that I have to stand.
Okay. Can I just before we all go off to have our coffees, for those of you interested in downloading the document or having a proper look at the manifesto proposal, you can do so by scanning the QR code, which should be displayed here during the break. So just scan the code and it should take you directly to the document. For those following this session online, we will be back in about 20 minutes at 10 to 12 exactly. Enjoy your break. ¿Dónde quieres la gente en el centro? De pie, ¿no? Vale. If you just start coming, because if not, we're gonna take a long time. So kind of like everybody in the center.
Hello, hi, I'm Charles. Oh, of course, yes. Hello, yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, forward. Ladies, don't put yourself behind. Women, vamos a poner las mujeres adelante.
Come forward, like this. With your hands, I'm just trying to... Aurrera. 2, 3. Aurrera. 2, 3. Aurrera.
Go out and come on again.
The Urban Future.
We should have a...
Please,
Oh, yeah, great. Yeah,
please
sorry.
free the stage.
Yes, I will.
We hope you all enjoyed your break. Some new connections maybe have been made, and that might lead to some future collaborations. Before we jump into the second part of our discussion, let's hear it from Urban Future, a platform that gathers city changers from all over the world, hosted in a different city each year. And here with us, we have their CEO, Gerald Babel-Sutter, to share with us his video message.
Today, we're increasingly getting shown the catastrophic consequences of developing cities as if there was no tomorrow. Developing cities as if energy and resources play no role. So, in fact, these days we're getting shown that if we continue like this, we're doomed. And that's exactly why governments around the world are undertaking big efforts, for example, to reduce carbon emissions. But in this transformation, cities play an absolutely crucial role because cities, that's where people live. And cities and the places where we live are always very close to our hearts. So this is where people see, where they feel it, where they realize change. So if we want this transformation to be truly successful, we need an urban revolution. In fact, we need a lot of different smaller revolutions in all the fields that are connected to cities. We need a revolution in buildings, in mobility, in energy, and in urban planning. Good thing is, there are already thousands of people around the world doing exactly that. They make this transformation happen. And we at Urban Future, we focus on bringing these people together in one place once a year. It's thousands of them. And by helping the leaders to avoid mistakes already made elsewhere, Urban Future truly supports accelerating the speed of transformation of our cities.
Thank you so much. Urban cities. Expanding on this idea, we will now turn to the topic, the aspects of ecology and our urban vision. Imagine a city not as just roads and buildings, but as a living, breathing organism that is constantly evolving and changing. That is the vision we would like to explore today in our discussion. So, to discuss and share their ideas on ecology aspects of green urbanism, we would like to invite here on stage Rainer Kern, Executive Director of Global Parliaments of Mayors, international organization that brings together mayors and city leaders from around the world to address global challenges and promote cooperation at the municipal level. Would you like to have a seat here, maybe? Gonzalo Sainz de Miera, Director of Climate Change and Alliances at Iberdrola, multinational utility company based in Spain. And Ángel Jiménez, Principal Manager for Energy Solutions at BBVA, major Spanish multinational financial institution, and one of the largest banks in Spain with a significant international presence. And to moderate this session, please welcome Eider Enunciaga, Counselor for Euskera, Public Services, Civic Engagement, Agenda 2030, and Internationalization, Bilbao City Council.
Well, good morning, everyone, and let me just start by saying welcome to everyone, to all our international speakers who have joined this great event here that BM30 has organized in the city of Bilbao. It is a pleasure and an honor for us to have you all here. So, in 2018, the United Nations Intergovernment Expert Group on Climate Change confirmed that the global warming will be increasing 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius in the 21st century. In order to limit this rise of temperature, the global emissions have to be reduced by 45% by 2030 compared to 2010, and they have to be equal to 0 by 2050. We all know this, but what are we doing? What are the different stakeholders doing? This is something that we would like to discuss today, how different measures are being put in place to mitigate, to adapt, what kind of innovation and innovative solutions are being developed. So thank you to the three of you, Ángel, Gonzalo, and Rainer, for being here with us today. Rainer, in your case, you are here representing cities, and cities, as we all know, can, and it has been exposed and debated here today, we can lead the change. We have a big responsibility on the climate change, and our ecology decisions have a great impact on the future. So why do you think, from the city's perspective, that an urban revolution concerning ecology is needed, and how can cities achieve this, and how can we work on this?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation, Idoia, and everyone in your team. I'm very excited to be here. Congratulations to this great initiative. I think exactly what you're saying, it's very much needed. Why? Because we failed so far, right? All the initiatives that has happened, all on the global scale, like they were all mentioned this morning, the new urban agenda, the SDGs, we all know them. All of them have failed, so that's why we need a revolution. At least we need a change. And this can only happen in cities, as we heard we all know the data, because none of us ever starts a speech without saying that more people living in cities, that will be, everyone said it, Greg said it this morning, so the change can only be facilitated in cities, because the majority of people living in cities. And the majority of CO2, for example, is produced in cities, also by building cities and destroying houses. So that's why it can only be here. And when you look at the implementation of the Agenda 2030, and Greg said it this morning that the new Urban Agenda was adopted on the nation-state level, of course, and it still is their responsibility to implement, although we can see that almost no country is really doing it. And not almost no country is doing it, I'm sure. But when there's successful implementation of the new Urban Agenda / SDGs, then it's happening in cities. And also during the pandemic years, we have seen that most of our governments, I speak for my government now, you judge your own, has failed, very bad management. But what has happened? Everything happened in cities again. So if there would have been a proof needed, it's proved. So I think it can only be in cities, and that's why I think this claim that was used here, urban revolution, it's a very good symbol, and I think it has to start, and it also can start here, I think. Of course, the problem is how, if there's a wonderful example in Bilbao, one wonderful example in Heidelberg or Mannheim, a wonderful example in Bogota, how can this be scaled up so that there's a global effect? And this is, some theories have been involved here this morning. We should controversially discuss this, but although we cannot answer today what this revolution will look like, it can only be in cities. That's what I really think.
Great, thank you, Rainer. Gonzalo, in your case, you are part of Iberdrola, one of the worldwide biggest companies that work on energy. So in your case, it is very clear that ecology is on your day-to-day basis. So in your specific case, from the private sector perspective, why do you think this urban revolution is needed? And if you can add examples of specific projects or ideas that your company is working with, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Ada. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for inviting us to this very interesting conversation. Why we need a revolution? First, because climate change is here. It's affecting all countries, all sectors, and science is telling us that it's going to be much worse in the future. And cities produce 70% of the CO2 emissions of the world. This is climate change, but we also have the problem of air pollution. And air pollution is affecting our health and the health of our children. And this is all because the energy system of cities is currently based on fossil fuels. That is creating climate change and air pollution. Why is urgent? It's urgent because the decarbonization of cities is quite easy. Because we are talking about buildings and we are talking about transport. Also industry, but industry is hard to abate in some sectors, but the others, we can do it. And it's urgent because we have seen a technological revolution of the clean solutions of renewables, heat pumps, batteries, that can produce this energy transition in cities in a way, in a competitive way. That means that if we move from fossil fuels to renewables, the energy services are going to be cheaper. And why it's urgent? It's urgent because we are also seeing opportunities, industrial opportunities. So we have vast industries, that are taking advantage of these opportunities. I'm thinking about Ingeteam, for instance, or Irizar, the bus, company, producing electricity buses. So, and at the same time, it can be an opportunity to have more jobs and better jobs. So for all these reasons, we need a revolution in cities. Actually, we need a revolution everywhere. But we need a revolution, an urgent revolution, because science is telling us that we cannot miss this decade. So if we don't reduce, if we don't replace fossil fuels with renewables and energy efficiency, in this decade, we are going to have big, big problems. So for that reason, we have to accelerate the revolution in cities.
We have to export the revolution from cities to outside. Angel, in your case, you are representing BBVA, a banking company. Why do you think, from your perspective, from the financial perspective, that we need this ecological revolution in cities?
I mean, thank you, Aida, and thank you, Urban Revolution 30 for inviting BBVA. And can you hear me well? I can hear it. Okay, thank you. Just as a financial institution, just to put things in numbers, we like numbers, or at least I do, after many years. We were talking about 60 or 70% CO2 emissions coming from cities, or even 80% of energy consumption coming from cities, and cities represent around 2% of the total surface in Earth. So when you put that in context, obviously, I mean, it's how not to go for urban revolution everywhere. And most of those emissions are coming from developed countries. Greg was mentioning before that I think north of 10% of population is just between the US and Europe. So this is where we believe there is a challenge to face. In some point, somebody was talking about also social responsibility. We do believe that we all have a responsibility here, not only, I mean, from the institutions, whether private or public, but also people, companies, SMEs. Everybody needs to make some efforts to create some changes. And we, as a bank, we do believe that we need to work on awareness. We need to work on changing our daily habits, reduce consumption, etc. But when you take a look on the manifesto as well, you see that most of the things that we're talking about ecology means investments. Okay, I have the manifesto here, sorry, because my memory is not that good anymore. But we talk about optimizing the use of water with flow systems, achieve energy neutrality, advance self-sufficient, and promote renewable energy. Gonzalo was talking about that. Integrates principles of circularity, decarbonization processes, retrofitting of buildings. So all that will be CapEx, will be capital expenditures and investment that needs to be financed. So we as banks, we believe that we are like the middlemen. Okay, we see ourselves as the middlemen in a good sense. Because at the end, we as financial institutions, what we need to do is we need to bring the opportunity to people to make that change, institutions, and bring that flow. But although we are financial institutions, or at least as BBVA, although when people take a look at BBVA, they will think, okay, they have the money to create that transition. We do also believe there is communication involved. I mean, I think all institutions needs to be communicating to their clients or their stockholders how important that transition is becoming. I'm saying this because I think we all need to lead by example. For instance, just to give you an example of this from BBVA, what basically we are doing is when we go and see our clients, whether it's a company, enterprise, small, medium, large, even our retail clients, what we are telling them, the first thing we tell them is how we decarbonize the bank, whether our scope 1 and 2 emissions are zero, we're going for scope 3, and we are going to help our clients, whether through advisory, data, and financings to decarbonize, because otherwise it's not going to work. But if you are not doing, I mean, if you're not walking that talk, nobody's going to believe you. You need to be believed. So that's importantly believed from institutions, from everybody that's trying to move forward. They need to create that type of, to lead by that example.
I think it's great, you know, that walking the talk that has been mentioned here today as well.
Yes, I got the quote for somebody else.
Yeah. But especially in the case of big companies, right, where you can make huge changes indoors, and then you can lead the example, as you were mentioning. So going now one step further and trying to find concrete cases or concrete examples of how this urban revolution is already happening in different spheres. I would like to open the floor to each of you and just ask you to give us examples that people can take home of different projects or different ideas that have been boosted in cities. So I don't know, perhaps Gonzalo, you want to start?
Okay, but let me say something. I was in the coffee break. I was talking to Patricia of Tecnalia, And she was telling me, no, no, we are moving forward in cities. I understand that we are moving forward, but in some cases, but not a necessary speed. I mean, CO2 emissions are increasing everywhere. And this is like, we're doing things, and I'm going to talk about something we are doing. For instance, I'm coming from Madrid, and in Madrid, we have the EMT, Empresa Municipal de Transportes, so it's the local transport unit. They were thinking of having, they had an objective only 4 years ago of having 100% of the buses consuming natural gas. You know, that was the objective, but this is not in line with the Paris Agreement. So we had a conversation with them, we start talking and working with them, and they have moved from 100% of buses for natural gas to 100% electric buses for 2032 in only 10 years. And they are moving from 4% of the electric buses to now 25% of electric buses. How are we achieving that? We are working with them, and this is very important, it's alliances. And public, private, and partnership, and with environmental NGOs, with everyone, you know, bringing solutions, because this is not an easy transition. And in this case, in cities, we have the technologies. And for instance, another example of the EMT in Madrid, now they have the biggest charging station for buses in Europe. And a lot of firms from Madrid region and from Spain are taking advantages of these business opportunities. So I think it's a good example, but my message is that we need to accelerate that, because at the pace we are moving forward, we will not comply with the Paris Agreement, we are not improving air quality, and we are not taking advantage of the business opportunity behind. Thank you.
For that, a common issue that we all face is the funding. So perhaps, Angel, you want to share how from the banking system you are financing specific projects that are boosting this ecology revolution?
Sure, absolutely. I think Charles mentioned before that we need to we cannot do business as usual anymore. And I do agree. At least from BBVA side, as I was saying, we are trying to foster sustainability, and the only way to do that is just changing the way you are doing things. And just to give you some examples, we have a partnership with Iberdrola, for instance. Gonzalo is here today as well. And just to put an example here, we as a bank, we decided at some point, just a couple of years ago, that we want to foster these things. We need to provide services to our clients that will provoke that change. No, for instance, so we decide that, okay, we are going to finance, let's say, electrification, solar panels or heat pumps or whatever, as Gonzalo was mentioning before. But instead of just providing the financing, what we are basically doing is, okay, let's partner up with Iberdrola and let's tell our clients, if you want, you can get savings on this, you will reduce your CO2 emissions, and you can get the solution just directly as a one-stop shop solution for yourself. And we are doing that with our retail clients and our enterprises, small, medium, or large, because we believe we need to provide that type of service. Because at the end, if you put things more easy to people to adopt those technologies and just to help them to transition, probably it's going to work better. We work on that. We are working 1 year ago, again, not business as usual. 1 year ago, we did not have a unit that is basically focused on financing for buildings retrofitting, because we know that 20% of emissions are coming for buildings and they need to be retrofitted. Okay, so basically we are putting all our efforts on getting solutions, long-term solutions, so people living in buildings could go ahead, do the investment, get better, it's going to be more comfortable, it's going to be a more valuable asset, and at the end, we are helping with the reduction of CO2 emissions. In terms of cities as well, we are talking about sustainable mobility as well. A year ago, we never sold cars, for instance, but right now, if you are a BBVA client, you can go ahead and you can get an electric car. I know mobility is not just changing from your car gas to electric, but if you have to do so, okay, and you live in a city, it's going to be better for the city. Obviously, what we also want to foster is other things such as car sharing or bikes or other things that could help that transformation as well. But again, we are just moving forward and changing the way we do business just to foster that type of investments.
I think you gave a very good overview of how, from the banking system, you can support citizens, private sector, and cities. I think that was great. Thank you. Rainer, we talked about this before. In the manifesto, there is a very interesting case on sponge cities. How do you think cities, or do you know examples of cities that are already boosting this ecology revolution, or how do you think they could do specific examples?
Yes, I do know an example, more than one, but I will share one. But first I would like to share a more general thought that came to my mind this morning. Again, not for the first time, of course. I'm driven by this thought, but it was very obvious today. The question, why do we fail, and what is missing? And I think, although the knowledge is there, everything is on the table. We see it very clear. If we don't do this, this will happen. But we don't do this. Why? Because we're stupid? No, because we are not affected, right? We are not, I assume no person in the room is affected by climate change, right? I assume that. Maybe it's different. So why should we act? There's no pressure, right? And I don't believe in all the things that were said this morning about technology and innovation. I think we should be careful also with the revolutions. Nothing in this world is only good, okay, aside of German beer. But nothing aside of that is only good. Can always be good or bad, as Greg said, good and bad urbanization. We all know that. I'm just saying it again. So, and although we're talking constantly about opening our minds, opening our views, we heard this morning technology is doing this. I don't believe in that. But something that leads to technology and innovation is doing that, and that's creativity. And although we're talking for 25 years now about creative cities and all that, thanks to Mr. Landry who invented this. Thank you. But it's not really there. We're not really working with this. So the creative sector normally, or the creatives, let's name them artists, who have the ability to think different, who have the ability to foster a revolution. They are not involved in all these processes, mostly. And when we're talking about change, then we know from psychology, from our personal experience, only a dramatic event can trigger change. And the dramatic event can be positive or negative. It looks like we're in a very dramatic negative event, but we can't feel it. So change and behavioral change is the most difficult thing. But I think art can trigger that. Give you a very, very bad example about that. You know about the Leningrad Symphony of Shostakovich, right? That he composed when the German army in the Second World War was standing before Leningrad. Very wisely, Mr. Putin performed this symphony in Leningrad, in St. Petersburg, right at the day when it was premiered in '44. It was a huge event, with children reading notes from people at the time. It was in television with 5,000 people were on site. Why did they do that? Because dictators are very wise people. They know the power of art. That's why they use them. Because with this event, he could influence the emotions of millions of people in his country. So, very wise. Dictators are very wise by using art. They oppress art in the beginning and then they use art. We are very stupid. Although we know the power of art, we don't use it for our issues we're talking about here. And the wonderful example I want to bring is from the city of Mannheim, where I was born and I was working for a long time. I'm based in Heidelberg, which is 15 kilometers, Mannheim and Heidelberg. It's one metropolitan region, and what Hank said, we're talking about local and regional level. So there was a huge transformation process from an industrial city to a culture city. Was fostered by a music strategy that worked very well. You know that in Mannheim the car was invented by Carl Benz. So we have been an industrial city for a long time. And throughout this music strategy, some really, and very good what you said, when we're talking about sustainability, normally we think about CO2, but it's more than that. And it's also a lot of social issues, of course, and pollution and different other things. So it's a complex situation. And with the music strategy in Mannheim, we not only transform the city from a industrial city to a cultural city, but also we could use it to implement the SDGs, the Agenda 2030, which again save oceans, clean and water and sanitary for everyone. In the city of Mannheim, the southwest of Germany, who cares about that? Everyone has clean water and great sanitation. So you have to bring these issues to the people. And we did that with a huge transformation process by working on a local Agenda 2030 that implements the global Agenda 2030 through a huge participation process. So participation is important. It was mentioned this morning. And the role of arts. That's what I think. Participation and arts can help, and we have, I only mentioned this example from Mannheim. I could mention other examples, but running out of time.
I think it is great that you raised up this topic because, well, and this wasn't prepared, but just to share with the table, us from the Basque government and the Basque institutions, we are working together with the university as well, and we are suggesting or proposing to United Nations that they include an SDG 18 that is focused on culture and languages as transformation tools. And I think it is great that you raised this up because it is true that we normally tend to talk about ecology and business and technology, but culture is not always embedded in the topic. So I really appreciate that, Rainer. So as you mentioned, we are running out of time. So I would like to ask each of you just to switch your mindset for a second and try to think on what are we missing? What should we be doing, or what is the area of improvement in each of your areas in order to achieve this, well, or at least to face this climate crisis that we are undergoing right now? So perhaps, Angel, you want to start now? This quick message.
After your speech on technology, now I don't know what to say. No, but besides jokes, and I mean, probably there are a couple of things that come to mind. I'm trying to think about urban cities, which is the theme here. Digitalization is one of the things that could, I think David from Euskaltel was mentioning that before. We as a bank, we BBVA, I think we moved a few years ago to become a more digital bank, and we now are seeing the benefits or moving into data and advisory on that end. And just to give you an example, a few months ago, I was on a municipality near Madrid, talking to the mayor, etc. And basically what we found out, this is a city that was growing for the last 20 years. They have around 100,000 inhabitants population. And basically what we found out is that since 20 years ago, they would try, boom. No. No sound, thank you. So basically what they are, thanks. So basically what they did is they were trying to connect all those public buildings all together, and they are centralizing the information, and they are trying to control them. I think 90% of the buildings are controlled directly to generate more energy efficiency. And after 10 years, what they found out is they were able to reduce the consumption of all buildings in a way that right now they are paying 5 times less than they were paying without those systems. And that money is going into other initiatives for the urban cities. That's the first thing. The second one would say, and I'm going to end up with that one, is that sharing best practices. And using the same example, then we saw another mayor, another big city, and basically he asked me, what else are you seeing out there? And I explained this case, and they put them both together, both cities. Right now they are talking, because they are seeing there's some value out of creating that digitalization and getting or reaping benefits out of that. So I think communication and putting people together, connecting people, connecting dots is one of the things that we need to do as an institution. And I'm going to leave it there.
Great. Gonzalo, go.
To accelerate that. First, Rainer, I really like what you said about, for instance, art, because we have to analyze all kind of policies to change things. Because what we are doing, I mean, with the current policies, we are not moving forward at the necessary speed. So, from a business perspective, I'm talking about energy and decarbonization and changing the energy system. Technology is not a problem. Firms, we are ready to invest. Banks, as we are seeing, are ready to finance. What we need, from my perspective, is two things. First, we have objectives for 2030, for 2050. So for me, it's not a problem of objectives. What I think are needed are policies. A set of policies, and more ambitious policies. I know, the Basque Country in Bilbao, you have policies, fiscal policies, environmental policies, financial policies, but are not enough. Awareness policies. We have to be sure that people understand why we are changing the system and what are the advantages. Social policies are fundamental, because this energy transition, in the case of energy, has to be good for everyone. And it's true that solutions, green solutions, are becoming more and more competitive, but have a problem that they need an investment upfront. So if you want to have your own solar facility, self-consumption, you have to invest some money. If you have to move to an electric car, you have to invest. And it's a good investment because then you save money. However, you need to consider that. And listening to people. I think listening to people, because listening to people, listening to industrial consumers, listening to everyone, because it's true that this energy transition will be good for everyone. However, I mean, will be good for the whole system, but however, it has challenges for everyone. We need to change behaviors. You need to invest, you need to do things, and for that, we have to recognize that this is not easy. So we need policies, the first thing, including our policies or cultural policies that I think are important. And the second thing is working more on alliances. The challenges are so important that we cannot move forward alone, nor firms, nor banks, nor municipalities, nor government. So, and to work on alliances is not easy. It's not easy because you have to work with other people with different visions. But when you really make an alliances with a common vision and common understanding, alliance can be really, really transformative. That this is what we need. So we need to build real alliances with governments, building trust. That for me is a scarce resource nowadays. Policies and alliances. Thank you.
Policies, alliances. Thank you, Gonzalo. Raymond, last minute.
I super agree and echo what you're saying, and that's why I'm so enthusiastic about Idoia's, I call it Idoia's initiative, yes? And because you're having this alliance, you have the triangle of public-private civic partnership, and maybe it's a square when you add academia, but it could be part of the civic part. And this is very, very important. I think what is missing, that was the question, in a complex situation, we tend to only take one parameter out of that and look at it. But in a complex situation, everything is interdependent. That's the leading theory, right, in politics, in political science. So that's why what is missing is connecting the dots. So that's our motto of the year, connecting the dots, and that's what this revolutionary initiative is doing, I call it this. And connecting the dots means taking alliances. So many initiatives and networks, some of them are here, are working on the same goals, but they never meet. And you make them meet, and I think that's very, very important. And on top of that, connecting the dots, I think the creative approach can help. And Greg said that morning, innovation should be in the heart of urban development and not policy. And but the start of innovation is a creative process. And if this is still underestimated by us in this, then we will never reach behavioral change, and therefore we will never get a global change. And that's why I think connecting the dots, fostered by creativity, that's what's needed.
Well, thank you to the three of you. Without noticing, you have created this very, I think, inspiring and insightful message, because you have mentioned that this has to be a shared responsibility between all agents and all citizens, that this revolution that should be exported outside cities as well needs to be accelerated. And in order to get that, behavioral change is absolutely needed. And
in order to get that behavioral change, we have to connect the dots, create alliances, and listen to each other. So thank you to the three of you, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you. You're great.
Thank
Absolutely
you.
great.
It was
Thank you.
a pleasure.
You're absolutely right. You're so right, really. You're absolutely right.
Thank you. As we talk about listening to each other and connecting the dots, let us be mindful that every brick, every street corner, every park bench is a canvas for a shared experience as a humanity. Each of us is a guardian of this human narrative, and it is in our daily actions that we get to paint strokes of resilience, empathy, understanding, and connection, human connection, onto the canvas of our shared future. As we continue this discussion, talking about human urban existence, please welcome Sissel Hansen, the co-founder of Impact for Future. Sissel, I'm gonna put myself here. Estíbaliz Luengo, ¿está lista? Well, just a little. Okay, Sissel Hansen, the co-founder of Impact the Future, a platform to accelerate the adoption of sustainable solutions by harnessing the power of cities, events, and knowledge sharing.
That's me.
That's you, I know.
Actually, Chiara.
Okay, Estíbaliz Luengo,
It's me.
Head of Internationalization at Bilbao City Council. And to moderate this session, please welcome back our Charles Landry.
This is not Sissel Hansen. Poor Sissel's child was very ill today, and this is actually the new director of Impact the Future, Chiara.
Hello, everyone.
Podbielski.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, it's great to be with you, both of you here. And I'm going to start with you. Why do you think we need this stuff we're talking about all day, this urban revolution, to accelerate all the innovations that are necessary? Give me a snapshot.
Yes, well, for me, it's obviously a very personal stand. This sense of urgency of what's to come. I've been working in impact and sustainability for some time. Wanting to do good was always something that I wanted to do. Sometimes you might feel a little bit afflicted by the fact that maybe things are not moving at fast, and then you question yourself and your position, and that kind of happened to me. I had to take a break, and then all of a sudden, I hope for each and every of us, I'm sure there's a turning point, something that hits you, that makes you realize that actually what we're saying is going to happen is happening right now. And it's only, you can take two ways to go about it, the very negative and dystopian one, and the very positive and utopian one. I've just come through a period of extremely negative dystopian one, which has really propelled me into the sense of urgency of needing to act, and not just act, but fight. So I was in fighting mode for some times. Luckily, talking about the power of community, I've grabbed a lot of good friends around me, people like so many of you here that are propositive and understand the importance and power of community, of ecosystem building, of collaboration, and they've little by little quieted me down and made me a little bit more positive and utopian, but I'm still fighting in between the two, and that's good. I think that still gives me a sense of urgency without taking me to the tipping point.
Well, no, it was great because when we had a chat this morning, you mentioned climate anxiety and stuff like that, and we were talking about how many people actually have that. And when Hank talked about, let's look at it also through the eyes of younger people. I mean, you're not young, but you're pretty young. It's an issue that is just really very widespread. The other thing that I think is great of what you just said just now is you flipped it around and said, okay, I know it's all, but I'll look at it from a glass half full perspective, i.e. it's giving you energy. I'll come back to you in a second on all of this. Etsy, Great to see you again. You had a few points where you said these are real big issues that we need to tackle. You know, you mentioned them. What's the headlines of these big issues?
I think we have to, from the duty perspective of the administration, there are several things that I think that are basic, and that's why, because we need this urban revolution. It's mainly because we cannot start our cities from scratch. There are some continents, there are some countries where this is easy, and they have done it, but the cities have been here and they're long before us. So I think it's a social responsibility for a common good, and that we have to move on, and we have this kind of responsibility at the end. It is true that there are several challenges, like the demographic challenges, especially in the Basque Country, which in 2036, more than 30% of the population will be over 65 years old. There's a responsibility also. We need to tackle that for the elderly people, but also for the young people that are here. And of course, including these young people in the conversation, in this urban revolution, I think it's quite important. The climate change, I totally agree that we saw this thing like far above us, very far away. But right now it's affecting our sphere. It's affecting something. So I think that it is the time at this moment that we have to think, okay, we have this, the rise of the temperatures, we have the rise of the cost of living. This is something that personally is affecting us. So maybe this is the moment that we have to incorporate into this urban revolution. And of course, there's I think something that quite discouraged me, and it's learning that only 57% of the young people from 18 to 35 years old think that democracy is better than any other form of government. So I think reversing this point of view also should be important and should be incorporated to the urban revolution. And finally, the gender equality and the co-responsibility. This is something transversal that has to be tackled in this kind of situations.
I mean, what's interesting is it's rather nice that certain themes are just coming across again and again. You know, the gender equality one, the question of youth, and the other day someone was saying to me, you know, we often say, oh, the future is our youth. Well, it's the present, and you were highlighting that again. Can I just switch back to you on why the urban revolution is so important? I mean, clearly we know climate collapse is one of the issues, but there are also other things which perhaps we are beginning to see in terms of nature. And is there anything you want to say about that, about biodiversity or anything of that nature? Or do you want to say a lot?
Diversity crisis. No, actually, obviously, it's all interconnected. The way I started approaching, I was charged with educating people about carbon markets, and naturally, I think I just were inclined to move towards nature-based solutions, and then for nature-based solutions, regenerative practices, and then you know, and obviously for me it was all outside the cities at the time. It was focusing on forests and agriculture, but talking about future and collective, creating a collective imaginary of where we want to go. At the time where I was very negative, we started doing this exercise of future sensing, which was very critical about, like, okay, we don't have time to think about this stuff. Like, we know what the problem is, let's get to action. But I'm a city person. I've always lived in cities and lived in many different cities. Every time I would close my eyes and think about the future that I wanted was this beautiful cities covered in green with, and you know, we know the positive effects of bringing nature and vegetation into cities, from mental health, air pollution, noise pollution, etc., etc. But that was my vision. It was a beautiful vision, this beautiful green cities, and that's where I started to tackle a bit of more the urban aspect. Sissel started approaching me, and she was a firm believer of what I now have sort of come to firmly move into, and is what you've also beautifully spoke about today, because of resources, because of power centralization as it is right now, and because of purchasing power, et cetera, cities is where we need to focus at the moment if we are to do good, not just for the urban environment, but the entire ecosystem. We talk about the complexity of it. The way we choose to purchase our food right now will completely change the way our food in the agricultural sector and space will be created, hence whether or not we can do good for our nature, whether or not we can recreate the environment that we know has now gone through the tipping point of our planetary boundary.
I mean, we're back to that point. I mean, because the healing effects of nature and being in nature or surrounded by nature is well known, and we're back to this thing about, we know the facts, why aren't we taking them seriously? Someone called Ulrich from Texas University 45 years ago was doing all this monitoring about how people got better quicker and all of that. There's been literally hundreds of studies on that, but we're not doing anything, and because our theme is also society, that feeling, that bonding is not only bonding with nature around us, but also with all living beings. Because I think there's also, when we're talking about society, earlier someone said, you know, nature is an actor and stuff like that. So the stakeholdership, that was Idoia, by the way, yeah, is actually this wider set of living entities. And so a city, to some extent, the way you're describing it, is a breathing thing. It's not just a dead piece of cement or bricks or something like that. So, forgetting aside there's an election here shortly, youth is obviously a massive thing for Bilbao, given the fact that in general there's been a bit of a talent drain. I mean, that's been a big focus, hasn't it, of the city, the region, and so on. Is that right? How do you keep people here? How do you attract them to want to feel this is a great place to be?
How to make them choose Bilbao for their life, but also for their professional career also.
Yes.
So I think there's also one thing that we have mentioned, the government, the citizens, the company, all the way around, but I think we only mentioned once the universities or the educational premises and how important they are at the end. I think the vocational training, I think the continuous training, that makes an ecosystem to be very attractive for the people, not only for the ones who want to come here, but also for the ones who want to stay. Of course, Bilbao has an immense challenge in this field. And we don't only need to become attractive for the investment, but also for the entrepreneurship and the employment. And we need the young people to choose Bilbao for this life project.
Well, I mean, we know, I mean, and you know more than anyone else, that a lot of this is driven by global rankings. Where is Bilbao? Where is whoever else? And we also know that it's not that easy. We broadly know how to get up the rankings. And that might also mean, I'm just leaving this open, that the way the environment of universities and how teaching unfolds perhaps also needs to be reassessed so that the experience is purely pleasurable and more, obviously, as well. I wouldn't mind just moving on to another question, and I'll start with you, Chiara, if that's okay.
Of course.
You just really started your new job as running Impact the Future, and Impact the Future does some really interesting things. I'm not going to say what they are. Could you tell me what some of these things are and how what you're doing is helping our big agenda?
Absolutely, and again, I also take this opportunity to thank Idoia for bringing us here. You've been so warm to us, and I feel like, yes, we are quite young, and obviously I feel like I'm sitting with so many incredible, brilliant minds and experts, and so talking about ecosystem building, right? You welcoming us as a young voice, I really appreciated that. And so Impact the Future now, basically, we're doing this. We're doing ecosystem building. We believe in the importance of bringing all the different perspective and the stakeholders of the urban environment and get them to work together, break down the silos. And we do that by creating different initiatives, basically through the quadruple helix model of social innovation, so academia and policymakers and business and citizens. So with one event, we'll tackle, taking a lot of these conversations that we have, the people that work in impact in this environment, that often happens behind door, and trying to bring the conversations with the citizens and the other way around, right? Get a little bit more of the citizens' voice into more of the private sector and have that exchange of ideas. That's obviously very important to us, and that's one way we tackle it. The other is, for example, through our project called Rethink Cities, where we have this, and it's something that I think we mentioned a lot today, beautiful seeing is believing model. Sonnenberg has been nominated the Global Capital of Energy Efficiency, and since 2007.
Should we all just, Sonnenberg, can we just put it in our language? It's spelled Sonderborg
yes,
or
exactly,
something, just so we know what it is. The Danish is always a bit difficult. I mean, not
still
that I know
for
any
me,
Danish.
embarrassingly so, but yeah, absolutely. And they've put this project, so it's a brilliant case, such as yours, of public-private partnership that started in 2007, and now they're reaching their targets of becoming carbon neutral by 2030. And so we're bringing people to Sonnenberg, public delegations, other businesses, utilities, et cetera, to see what they've put into action and to give a megaphone to this platform. You talk about attracting youth, and cities like Bilbao, cities like Sonnenberg have put and implemented this great plans, and they're working successfully. More people need to know about this. More people need to understand what's working. More people need to be conscious of the intentionality that there was behind what has been achieved, and I think that will bring more youth closer, or at least most definitely the youth that has the same values.
But what's interesting, I mean, I think what was the special case with, I can't even say it, but the town we're just mentioning, just north of Flensburg, is also Danfoss, the big private company where you have that deep, where there is a deep collaboration. It's just because so much of what we're talking about is connection and collaboration. Perhaps you could just tell us what that, in case people don't know the name of the company.
Well, this is something brilliant and fantastic about Denmark, that so much of the biggest companies, so many of the biggest companies are still owned by the family foundations, the private foundations that have obviously the mandate of doing social good. And so private Danfoss that does sort of energy efficiency, smart systems, together with the foundations and the intention of the foundation of doing good for the cities and the area around Sonnenberg where Danfoss is based, obviously it naturally came to the conclusion, or maybe not quite so naturally, but luckily came to the conclusion that they had to collaborate more hands-on with the public sector, with the municipality of Sonnenberg, to be able to implement all of these visions and projects and plans to reach the target.
Just to mention that they have a conference, Impact the Future, was called Living the Future. I like the title, that it's called Living. Back to that point, seeing is believing.
Future living.
Future living. Oh, sorry, I got it wrong.
Right.
But anyway, you get the idea.
And just to mention another one, we have also City Solutions talking about creating a repertoire where we go and find those local challenges that city has in terms of climate adaptations and applying social, sustainable solutions into cities with urgency, and then create sort of an open call for global solutions that have been proven successful in defeating these challenges, and then do that kind of matchmaking as well. So again, trying to tackle all of these lack of sort of neurological developed nexus and bring them together. And
well, that raises an issue, because one of the reasons we're so pleased that you're here is we just want to make 1 + 1 = 3, because you're developing this city solutions platform, which is not completely different from what we're trying to hear. This is not a competitive issue. This is what we're doing together. And the other thing that I think is really interesting about the wider Impact the Future project is that whole thing about the way you've harnessed all these startups to focus on solutions. That doesn't mean it's only startups, but often connecting too. Do you mind if I ask you about the educational thing? Because one of the things you were saying about what the City Council is really concerned about, is there anything you might say about education in relation to everything we've talked about? Should we educate whatever?
I think this coexistence and the values, the gender equality, and all this kind of education should be embedded also in the policies that the City Council offers, and should be transversal to all kind of measures that we take. But there's another point also that we have to take into account because of this demographic challenge. There's also the need of the administration to be able to fight against the struggle of this social isolation, against the loneliness, the unwanted loneliness of these elder people, that they will be going more and more. And I think as local governments or regional governors or metropolitan areas, I think we are the ones who are more closer to the citizenship. And we have the duty of creating this well-being of the citizenship, and the ones to create to give the measures to overcome this kind of things. And this is also educational.
Yeah, I mean, what you're linking neatly is one of the topics that are part of our question, which is really how can you deal with this future of the city issue we're talking about in a way that includes people, is socially inclusive, and so on. So there's not only younger people, but I love the fact that you also talk about the silver economy, you know, people who have hair roughly my colour, and that somehow not just seeing elderly people as a problem, but what is the opportunity they might offer. That's something that you're quite concerned with?
The silver economy is very interesting, but a very important sector of opportunity to boost some kind the economy of the city. We need to transform these kind of challenges into opportunities, and this not only as a sector, but also the inclusion of these middle-aged people as in the workforce, and also the mentorship of these people and including them again in the workforce should be embedded also in the economic programs of the city councils. And I think that's really important, and although many cities have this point of view, should be also linked to these values and to this social intention of the urban revolution.
Can I add something to the
Please
academic
do,
point?
add as much as you like.
You said the future is of the young, right? And that's sort of like a sentence that...
I'm resisting because they're there, they're here.
No, it's more like, you know, when it comes to academia, a personal experience of mine is obviously, it's not of the young, it's ours, it's of the older, it's like a collective future that is happening right now, right? And a lot in the industry, you hear this problem of lack of talent, there's not going to be enough people that we need, the electricians, the engineers, to like implement a lot of, for example, the technological solutions that we talk about. And I feel like academia is kind of failing at giving the flexibility, not to the young, because by the time that we train the young, I feel like it's already a bit too late, again, talking about that sense of urgency. We have a whole workforce out there of people my age, of the silver economy, that want to and need to be re-educated. But these are people with jobs and mortgages and everyday life, and I've been through the process of trying to re-educate academically myself. You then find different routes and different paths. But academia was not flexible in that terms. And I think we need to target that layer of our society and of our workforce, because these are already professional people, these are already skilled people, these are also people that understand a bit, maybe not better, but also understand how it is to deal with certain complexity and work around solutions and being flexible and mobile. And so I think it's very important when we talk about academia and we talk about lack of workforce and we talk about attractiveness, that we tackle that point, that we can allow for more flexible degrees, that we can allow for more digitalization of the systems, for more people also far away and not local to access this knowledge and information.
No, I think it's a useful point, because academia is not necessarily renowned as the most open, flexible, agile type of institutions, and there are, which is back to this point, what gets people to transform, what gets them to learn, what are the methods, and so on. So I think what we're calling the urban revolution is really actually going into every fibre of a city's being in one way or another.
And I mentioned the technical aspect, but obviously leadership as well is a huge one.
Tell us about leadership then, from your perspective.
Simply that. Obviously, when we talk about intersectionality and cross-pollination, I think we discussed over dinner yesterday a little bit. It's how often so many great cities came out because there was one great mayor, or companies started adopting corporate social responsibilities because weren't afraid of change or trying something new. And obviously, I just don't want to be a bit redundant in this. I think we all know and understand, but collective leadership, new sense of leadership and new methods of leadership are so important. So it's not just the electricians and engineers, like I was saying before, but we need to train the youth, the silver economy, and everyone in between to be prone to change, to activate fast, to move quickly.
So that means
flexibly.
Really we've got to think afresh about, let's just say there's a chunk of people who are just doing their work and have families and all of that. I'm not suggesting you give the answer, but what you're basically saying is that vast grouping also, we need to find ways of gathering, coming together, where those people would like to hear the sort of messages we've got here. So it's not sort of, I'm not saying we're an elite, but we're obviously a group who broadly agrees on all of that. So how do we bring those that are not in this room to feel what we're talking about is not only urgent, but what that reminds me of, what's coming into my mind as I'm speaking, is clearly a lot of this is about storytelling and narratives, and I know Etsy is into this heavily, because in a way, there's an interesting way how we tell this story, which is it hope or fear? And that question of what comes, it's not either or, because you have to sort of, again, I'm using the word orchestrate, how you do that communication in order for the receiver, i.e. the broad population, to feel, I want to be a maker, shaper, co-creator of that story that you're telling. I mean, do you agree with all of what I'm saying?
I totally agree. I think one of the most important things for a city to position abroad is the storytelling, the narrative, what has been, where we have been, where we are, and where we want to be. And for that, we need to somehow take all the versions of all kind of people, once again, academia, companies, everything, because we have to share a perception, and we have to share a voice, and we have to share some kind of message. So at the end, I think it's very important to agree in a message, not only that will position us abroad, that will give us enthusiasm for the future, that will somehow try to give us a sense of belonging to the city, and I think it's important. Of course, if you look for it, every city has special things that can boost all those things. So it's the hard work of putting it together, but all the voices to be heard. So this is basic for attracting people, for attracting investment, for attracting events, and for making people think about the future and wanted to overcome the challenges that we are having.
Mm-hmm. I mean, essentially what's been a message, I think, all through the day really is, because we're this Basque thing, when I say Basque thing, I mean it in a positive way, by the way. Essentially what we've been saying is culture is who we are, creativity helps what we can become, and it's that link between these two things. Other people might use words like innovations and so on. So, no, that really rings true. But I mean, does that storytelling stuff, do you think that's important?
Yes.
Tell us something about it from your perspective.
No, I think it's fundamental. Actually, also my background is in the creative industry, so for me, storytelling it's so much. And again, we talk about behavioral change. I think that's very much when we need to start. Music, culture, art. I was for the first time checking the Guggenheim Museum yesterday and just seeing that alone, and how beautifully sort of Bilbao invested in culture so much to recreate themselves, and you go and see that and you're like, well, you do feel that anything is possible when you see a building. But more realistically, going back, for example, to the climate, to the urgency, right now, I think, for example, a lot of the media, Hollywood, et cetera, is starting to understand how critical and important it is that we bring some of those narratives into our everyday life. I also believe pop culture, for example, is the way that we can target the youth and reach a little bit further and wider than our own sort of echo chamber. And for me, it was, I always tell, I said this morning, this anecdote, but in that moment of uncertainty and feeling like I wasn't doing enough, and so maybe it wasn't worth it, it was an Apple-produced TV series called Extrapolation, who through its dystopian storytelling completely crushed me and triggered my climate anxieties to the next level, and gave me this renovated passion
to do something.
To call to action, exactly. And so something as simple like that, and not as simple, actually, it's complex, but I think it's important that that's another aspect that we think. So obviously there is the, we talked so much, and this is what we do, and this is what we do, I Impact the Future, the intersectionality of quadruple helix of social innovation, bringing all these different aspects, but then there is this other layer of storytelling, of culture, of messaging, of investing in the channels that we know will reach further and wider, and in culture, which is what sort of touches our heart and soul, and we know that we can bring people closer in the most effective way.
I mean, just on storytelling, just because we're finishing off, it's quite interesting talking to other people, including people in this room and the outside world, even saying the Urban Revolution Aurrera. Not everybody understands that in the middle of nowhere, but they do suddenly say, I want to be part of it. So there seems to be some deeper yearning. One of my favorite words, yearning. There is a deeper yearning for a planet B that could be imagined and could be created, although we need to get planet A right, is sort of what I've been feeling. Thank you very much, Chiara and Etsy.
Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chiara.
Thank you so much. Sorry about this, Chiara. I was not told. Today we've talked a lot about key aspects and principles of this new revolutionary urban vision that redefines prosperity beyond GDP, emphasizes holistic well-being, sustainable practices, green urbanism, and human-centric design. Understanding all of this is key, but we feel now it's time to move forward to the next step, as we would like to introduce and, of course, invite you all to the Bay Urban Vision Award Summit and Gala, which will be held here in Bilbao on the 9th and 10th of October, during which we will acknowledge and celebrate best international projects and urban innovation initiatives from around the world. We talked about what needs to be done, the changes that need to be made. But let's not forget that why is always at the core of any action. Why is exactly the focus of the following video, which we will film, that we've created as we talk to our amazing jury members about their personal vision and their personal why for the Bay Awards. 。 . 。  . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 . 。 .
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The Bay Urban Visioning Awards are tremendously exciting from my perspective. First of all, they're starting in Bilbao, and the creativity involved in the awards gives the chance to bring forward ideas and projects that can really make change.
Bay's award can play a very facilitating role, and we won't be surprised. New cities can evolve just by learning from this initiative.
Un punto rotundo de partida para impulsar esas valientes, disruptivas y revolucionarias decisiones, iniciativas y proyectos que nos ayuden de verdad a construir nuestras ciudades y nuestras metrópolis de otra manera.
I truly believe we all have the power to create a blueprint for our future generation. It's our personal responsibility.
What's powerful about the idea of revolution is the idea of change because something isn't working, because the change isn't out there, the change is in every single thing every one of us does.
Mindset, because if we change the way we think, plan and act, the other things, like the need to deal with climate collapse, the need to address rising inequality, would become a priority.
Hoy en día todos los proyectos son válidos, todos los proyectos tienen que sumar. A mí me gustaría que todos los proyectos que se eligieran fueran realmente proyectos que están consensuados, donde tanto los políticos como las empresas, como los ciudadanos se embarcan en una nueva aventura, hacia una nueva visión, mezclados con científicos, con artistas. O sea, lo que se trata es que logremos hacer ciudades organolépticas.
City building is a continuous process. It's a journey. And cities have to continuously reinvent and evolve amid all the exchanges and external trends.
Ciudades más vivables ecológicamente frente al cambio climático, más viables económicamente frente a la pobreza y la desigualdad, y más equitables frente a las injusticias sociales.
Coming together creates solutions that we can learn from and grow towards a clean, resilient, equitable energy transition, a livability transition for our cities of the future.
Cities that create a feeling of belonging, where you feel at home. And that's maybe a bit diffuse concept, but the idea that this is my city, this is where I belong, and that anyone can belong, and thinking about the long term, also sometimes very long term, is critical to build the best possible partnerships.
Is the idea that something does have to change. And I think it's time to have alternative points of power to ask those questions, raising a flag from Bilbao and saying we want to lead a conversation.
We really need radical and consensual actions and projects to truly push for a completely different status quo.
Necesitamos arquitecturas de la vida colectiva que nos prepare como sociedad para pensar en colectivo y que ese músculo ciudadano lo necesitamos ejercer desde que somos niños.
How are we thinking long term? Where are the really brave people who are doing foresight, future scanning, taking some brave decisions now, sometimes decisions that are unpopular, but are they going to deliver those longer term benefits?
The real solutions come from people. Everybody has a part to play in the life of their city. And if they do, that vision is powerful and will make change and will continue well after the mayor and council have moved on.
And that's why, though, we also need things like the Bay Awards to show there are projects which are of this new future world that we desire, so people can see it and feel it. And if they see it and feel it, the mindset might change to say, yes, this is possible.
Mindset. What a lovely word. I loved it. I just loved it. To synthesize all of our today's discussions and to give us his unique perspective for the cities of the future, please let's hear it from Greg Clark.
Well, thank you very much for having me back on the stage. It's actually impossible to do a synthesis of what was said already today. I have got some notes. I will try to go through them. But let me firstly say thank you to Ainara, to Azier, to Charles, to Idoia, to Andre, David, Christina, Henk, Xavi, Naib, Rainer, Gonzalo, Angel, Chiara, Etsy, and of course Hugh, Amelia, Gerald, David, Larry, Farah, Getjechi, Carmen, Carlos, Christian, Gabriela, Sophie, and Bruce, who wasn't in the video, but is one of the jury members, and to all of you. Let's have a big round of applause. Thank you. So much was said today, and it's difficult to synthesize, but I'm going to try to put it into 10 points very quickly. Number one, we spoke right at the beginning about this urbanization trend that's happening. I call it the century of the cities. You can call it what you like, but inevitably it leads us to about 10 billion people living in 10,000 cities by 2100. That is peak urbanization, if you want to think of it in that way. And this is a massive acceleration in the 100 years that come at the end. After 10,000 years of urbanization, we suddenly quadruple the number of people living in cities in the last 100 years. It's up, woo. And because this is happening, it gives rise to a kind of new mandate for what we've been talking about today. Firstly, it means that every global challenge is now an urban challenge. Secondly, it means that the choice is not between having urbanization or not having urbanization. It's between good urbanization or bad urbanization. And thirdly, it means that the urgency, not just of time, but the urgency of money, the urgency of consciousness, the urgency of creativity is here and now and right before us, and we're breathing it as we speak. That's the first point. The second point that's been made, I think, time and again, is that this is a call to focus on the citizen, to focus on people, to focus on individuals and how we support and encourage them. And we spoke a lot about people-centered solutions. We spoke about women. We spoke about children. We spoke about older people. But we also spoke fundamentally about this sort of notion of citizenship and how to activate, orchestrate, encourage, and support individual citizenship, and thinking about that as the core, as it were, organizing idea. This came through, I think, very strongly. The third point was that we then linked this idea of citizens with this idea not just of individual people units, but groups of people. And we spoke at some length about metropolitan areas. Let's take one example. We also spoke a lot about the world. And of course, we spoke about cities and we spoke a little bit about nation states. But we talked really about the places where humankind is concentrating and how many of our colleagues spoke about the lack of appropriate platforms or governance or institutions for the geographies that humankind now inhabits, as it were, the metropolitan imperative being one of those. But underneath this idea is another idea, that there's a difference between the concentrated places where people come together, metropolitan areas, cities, connected regions of places, and nation states. We're in this century of the city, but we're in the half millennia of the nation state. And getting nation states to adjust effectively and elastically and energetically to this changing nature of population, this massive urgent rise in urbanization has proved difficult. And this is part of, as it were, the mandate for change. The fourth point we discussed is that there's a kind of a new orientation to our actions. Number one, we might call nature, climate, planet. The idea that we're in this Anthropocene, we are at the moment, as it were, cannibalizing our own environment. And in so many different ways, people spoke about that. The second idea was this idea that I tried to articulate, but many people said a version of it, which is the idea of the social contract that underpins everything we do, the need to renew that, to revise that, and to make that stronger and clearer. And then the third idea underneath all of this was this idea of DNA, the uniqueness of places, of cities, the genetic code, the epigenetics, this kind of, this urban, as it were, these urban ingredients that make each place different and distinctive. And we spoke about how those things are the organizing ideas for change, not some of the ones we had before. The fourth thing we spoke about was where we are here. We spoke about the Basque Country, Biscaya, Bilbao. We spoke about this place as having a unique kind of inspirational effect for the world, that it is a place that is distinctive, it has an identity, it is resilient, it has a kind of an internationalism and an intentionality about it. It's an example of democratic participation. It's an example of reinvention and renewal. It's an example of collaborative leadership and governance. But it's also a place, as I tried to say, of this kind of progressive indigeneity that gives a lot of hope to the rest of the world, that actually by being unique and different and selfing in a certain way, you can create a place that is compelling and inspiring for others. So there's something very important about Biscaya, Bilbao, and País Vasco in all of this. The next thing we spoke about was really this focus on the change that has been happening in a way since the pandemic. And this change, I think, is about an acceleration in technology on the one hand, but also an acceleration in this idea of choice on the other hand. So we spoke a little bit about the agility of people who are now trying to remake places, because the pandemic not only exposed the big challenges around the world in which we live, but it also exposed this opportunity to reinvent place in a certain way. So agility, hybridity, the resequencing, the resizing of our cities around this technology expansion that's happened has been a key part of our conversation, leading, as it were, to the idea that reinvention is not only possible but necessary and also urgent. And we may look back and say the pandemic was a health crisis, an economic and fiscal shock, but maybe it was also a kind of trigger into a new kind of urban invention. That led to, I think, what I would say is point 7, that we need to deepen our commitment to certain ideas around our cities and our metropolitan areas. I would summarize them as firstly being about habitat, whether it's nature in the city or nature as an actor, or whether it's housing, accessible housing, or whether it's living with biodiversity, or whether it's creating simply a good city to live in, a livable city. Habitat, rather than, let's say, efficiency, is more. It's a qualitative shift in our focus. The second one, of course, we discussed a lot was innovation. And the third one, I think, is something about the experience of the city, the street life, the experience of identity, the experience of this sense of belonging that was spoken about by Chiara and others just a few minutes ago. So we get this sense of a pull to deepen the qualitative life of our cities around these ideas of habitat, innovation, and experience. Point number 8, I think, was that we spent a little bit of time focusing on the new tools that are available. Many of us spoke at the beginning about, the role of national policies and city governments and the rise of metropolitan areas and, if you like, the institutions of governance. But we also had conversations that focused on the massive accelerating rise of technologies, not just digital technologies, but also convergence technologies, material sciences, life sciences, all of those things that are really not just changing our urban economies, but also changing the way we orchestrate and activate urban areas. We spoke a little bit about intentional capital. Angel made some very good points in here that both corporate capital and financial institutions have woken up to this opportunity, as it were, to realign themselves with a different set of propositions and to bring forward new tools, from new kinds of joint venture funds to sustainable finance, to climate finance, to incentive-based finance, and so much more. That all of that is now here. How do we start to integrate that new tool? And then the third new tool we spoke about a lot, I would call place leadership, but many of you have other words for it. It's something about the collaborative approach to leading visioning, thinking about a place in a slightly different way, and as it were, overcoming institutional loyalties in order to create a new additional set of place-based loyalties, whether it's a street, a neighborhood, a city, a metropolitan area, a region. There's something about collaborative leadership that's important in all of this. I think the ninth point is that what we're talking about here is a different model of change from the one that has gone before. Our previous model of change was something about incrementalism. It was something about a top-down model where if you lobby for the right policies, the policies are changed, then the money flows in the right direction, and then eventually the right things happen. This is a reversal of that model, and this is a bottom-up model of change, which is about exciting and inspiring innovation, creativity, ways of doing things differently, experiments, laboratories, and all sorts of things at the local level, and then learning how to scale them up through network effects, through collaborations, through interactions, so that they can indeed, in a certain way, become exponential or algorithmic or whatever. In other words, a model of change that is about being creative to begin with, and then finding ways to really expand and work with all of that. And it finds its true power then when a vibrant network or a community of communities, a network of networks, begins to take what we're doing and turn it into something that is all powerful. Now, one good example of that, of course, is the climate emergency and the role of cities in all of that. We spoke about this quite a bit today, but when you think of the role of cities as being, on the one hand, cities host the activities that produce carbon. On the other hand, cities are the most obvious victims of climate change in the sense of heat or rising water levels or air quality, as we spoke about. And yet cities are also the places where you have the congregation of people that's necessary to change behavior in revolutionary ways through experiments and through the nudge effect, through the storytelling that Charles and colleagues were just talking about. So it's interesting that cities are both the producers of the problem, they're the victims of the consequences, but they're also the places of hope and aspiration of difference. Now, for all of that, and this is the 10th point, there's a clear intention here in the work that's been happening and been discussed today. And the intention is to create something that has that scale of impact by bringing together the right people in the right way, in the right networks, to really infuse, inspire, and to give, I think, support to the instinct to do and to be different. And the first way of doing that is in the proposed manifesto for a revolution in urban innovation, the document that's been published today. The second way of doing that, of course, is with the Bay Awards that have been launched already and will be formally given for the first time in October of this year, that will spotlight, highlight, and eventually then put a floodlight on all of the kinds of urban innovation that are happening around the world that are part of this. The idea is to focus on those laboratories, those experiments, those successful innovations that have really worked, so that they can not just be replicated and copied, but they can be inspiring for people to do things their way, based on their DNA. And then the last part of this, of course, is that this event and the networks that are being brought together that we've heard on the screen and you've seen here on the stage is supposed to provide a new kind of global fabric of interaction between multiple actors who are otherwise disconnected, but to make them connected actors in this idea of not just promoting a revolution in urban innovation, but scaling it, enabling it to mature, and enabling it to become an alternative model of change that people will adopt, instead of that incremental model that's not going to work in this 100-year acceleration that we're now in. That's my summary of what happened today. It's not a perfect summary, but I hope it somehow reflects what you think you heard as well. Thank you very much. Great to be here with you.
Thank you so much for this summary. It was amazing. As we close today's session, I'd like to join Greg and thank all of you for being here. Obviously, all the participants for sharing your points of view and your knowledge with us. Also, thank all the people that are following us online. Thank you. We hope to see you all back here for the Bay Urban Vision Awards in October, 9th and 10th of October. For those of you that might have a project to submit, please check out the deadline for submission is 10th of June, but you can get all the additional information on the website, which should be displayed. Is it not displayed? The website is www.thebayawards.com. And just to leave you with the final message, every decision that we make, every project that we undertake, and all of the policies that we advocate for can be transformative forces for the shared vision of the cities of tomorrow. Let's just leave with that. Safe travel home, and let the urban revolution begin.